Good morning, good day, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to KAMOS Reloaded. This is the first virtual strategy conference that we are doing together. I'm Mattias Höglund, I'm head of HR for KAMOS, and I will be hosting you through, hopefully, 3 wonderful days. I hope you're all well and are looking forward to these days. I know I am, and I know the team in the studio here in Helsinki is doing that as well. It is going to be a new experience for us since we're doing this virtually. There's going to be a lot of practicalities. We're going to have people talking from Ottawa, from Singapore, from Ljungby. So please pay attention whenever there are some guidelines about practicalities and perhaps have a little bit of patience with delays and things like that. But I know that this team can make a great event regardless of how it is being done. So let's start by looking at why we are here. About a year ago, you remember that we set a new strategic direction with 4 focus areas: technology, customer centricity, collaborating to win, and world-class supply chain. And we have all been working hard to make progress despite the difficult times that we have had. And a lot of progress has been made. Now it's important for us to get back and really see what has been done. We met in Algeciras to start a new journey together. We lifted our views towards the future and talked about the strategy. There were a lot of people in there. We collaborated, we created actions for the 4 focus areas, and we even shook hands, talked, had drinks together, and the occasional hug here and there. Now we can't shake hands and hug right now, but there will be a time when we will do it again. As soon as we can, we will. But we do have a lot of people here today. And let's have a short look at who is actually here today. We are approximately 120 people from all around the world. It's very early in Ottawa, around 7 a.m. It's 2 p.m. here in Helsinki, 7 p.m. in Singapore, and 9 p.m. in Melbourne. So especially the Melbourne guys, please hang in there. I know it's late, but hopefully we can inspire you. And part of that inspiration are these pictures that you have sent. So there's skiing, there's beaches, there's fishing, and of course, there's some Kalmar work as well. So thank you everyone for sending the pictures, sharing a moment from your personal life. In that way, you are present here as well. And you are going to be present all day in this studio. But talking about the studio, let's have a short look at who we have here physically with us right now. Wave, say hello. Good, thank you. So you can see that we have a quite fancy setup here. Now let's have a look at the virtual setup that we have. So if you can all hopefully see the site that we have, right? Now, what you can find on the KAMOS Reloaded site is first of all a participation list. So you can see who's online, you can see who's participating there. You can also, if you go down to the left in the page, upload a picture from your current location, and we will add it to the photo wall. And please do that so we can get a bit of a feeling of what kind of setting you are participating in this event. Then very importantly, up to the right, there is a chat. Please be active. Chat with a colleague, give some feedback. You can actually even start a one-on-one chat there with each other if you'd like to. You can also find our meeting agenda. I will, however, be reminding you about what is going on and when, and hopefully I will stay on track as well. We have also collected some videos there, so if you have some spare time, you can go in and check those out. And you can vote down in the right on the main page for whatever cause you think we should donate money to. So we will prioritize that based on your votes and make a good decision. But perhaps most importantly, about in the middle of the page, you can find our break rooms. In these break rooms, we will virtually spend time during the breaks. There's a variety of rooms you can choose from. You can even create your own avatar with which you will enter the room. It works best with a headset, so if you have one, please use it. And please try to be active and go into those rooms. They actually are quite fancy. And start a discussion with your colleagues. I think there's a setting that suits everyone. Probably we will have Seppo Heino most of the time sitting there in the sauna. So if you like to meet him, that is where you will find him, probably with Stefan as well. Now finally, we are also going to have an after party. The after party is another break room where we all can meet after the official agenda. Now, you have all contributed with your own songs, so we have a list of songs for approximately 6 hours, and if somebody wants to party late, we can loop it over and over again, right? So maybe you can just, grab a drink at home, go in there, listen to some music, and share your experiences with the people that are participating here. Right. Now, during this day, we will be asking some feedback from you. We will ask you to participate, and this is an extremely important part of the agenda. So we are using an application called Menti. So you can go into www.menti.com. You can do that on your computer. You can do that on your phone. And if you add the code 4085962, as long as you keep the window open, you will stay in our reloaded Menti space. This is the place where you can submit questions, where you can give comments, and we will collect all the answers for you here on your screen. So we're ready to start practicing the first question for the day, which is quite simple. How are you feeling right now? We're going to create a word cloud of it. So try to put in the word that describes your feeling right now. It's going to take some time before we get all the words up there, especially as there is a bit of delay on the lines always. But please bear with me. I think this is going to be fun. And I can already see there are the first words popping up on the screens here. And again, if somebody hasn't found it, on menti.com, you can use it on your phone or on your computer, as you like. It might be handy to use the phone, though, if you are watching the live feed from your computer all the time. Good. We're really starting to get some things here. Excited. Seems to be a very shared feeling right now. Happy. Great. Doing fine, thanks. That's very well to hear. So am I, thank you. Happy. Great. Busy. I hope you're busy with this meeting, right? Curious about what's going to happen here. Energized. You don't have to be energized yet. I hope you will be soon. We're all getting there. Somebody's feeling cool. Then the sauna will be the right chat room for you. Fantastic. Fun platform. Good. A little bit anxious there. What's really going to happen here? It's still moving there, but I think we have enough for now. I think the winners are excited, great, energized, and happy. All very positive things. Now we're going to practice the next one. So same thing, same story, but what are your expectations? What are you expecting from this event? What would you like to walk away with? And I'm going to give you a little bit of time to answer. I think this is going quite well. You seem to pick up the drill quite fast. But not as quiet as fast as the previous one. Not quite sure what you are expecting. Just be brave. There are no wrong answers here. The word cloud is beginning to form. Energy, clarity, direction, more direction, information, learn, empowerment. Fun, it's a good expectation. Inspiration is growing there. Good. I think the winners here are direction, clarity, and energy. I think it's time for us to review the agenda so that we can really get going after this one. So, this was the short and sweet opening, and now we will start looking at KAMOS Strategy, then going over to seeing some greetings from our customers in the format of videos, and then the rest of the day will be about deep diving into the 4 focus areas. Now, very importantly, tomorrow we will be using Hangouts. So then we are not using this platform. You have dedicated Hangout sessions where you will be working on actual activities that will form the new direction within these 4 focus areas. On day 3, we will all be back here, look at the results that you have been producing during day 2, and we're going to have a panel discussion about the way forward, and of course, as always, an award ceremony. And hopefully, with new energy, with new clarity, we are looking ahead to once again start one more year on our strategic direction. But at this stage, I would like to welcome Stefan Lampa to the stage.
Finally!
Yes, there you are.
Yes! Oh, I waited for this. You know how long I waited?
Yeah, probably like 13 minutes.
No, 378 days since we met the last time. 378 days, it's amazing. Finally, we are together.
It feels like yesterday, though.
It feels like yesterday.
Yeah, it was fun.
But there is a pandemic in between. There are a couple of things happening in between. Yeah. But it's good to finally be here.
Good to have you here.
Great. So what are we doing?
Well, we're going to get going with the agenda that we just talked about, and I'm going to unleash you in just a moment.
Okay.
But I just got a call here in the little button here in my ear.
Who's calling? Who's calling?
Hey, it's Mika calling.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah, should we let Mika speak?
We should.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's open the lines for Mika. Welcome, Mika.
Welcome, Mika. Now we cannot really hear you, but I hope everybody else can. Just a second, Mika. Everybody is running around. The technicians are now.
Yeah, there we are.
Now we can hear you.
Mika.
Your wonderful voice.
I think this is the most commonly used phrase in the last 6 months. You're on mute, or can you hear me? Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for having me before Stefan. It makes my job easier. He seems to be really revved up here, but just a few words. Unfortunately, I can't attend the meeting, otherwise we have a board of directors happening today, which is going well because I still have my job left here. But let's talk a little bit about this one, and what a year it has been, the 367 days, and who would have imagined the journey we've been through. The first thing I'm going to say to everybody who's attending, thank you. I mean, you guys have done a fantastic job in these conditions, and I think it's been a real positive surprise to, I think, probably for ourselves as well, for the board of directors and for the investor community as well. I mean, the staying power of the business in terms of resiliency in services, the great progress we made in equipment margins, and what we are able to do in terms of operating profit margin, I think has been a really, really sort of a fantastic show of the strength of the business and the capability of our people, what we've been able to do. And it's also reflected in the share market, of course. I mean, if you probably looked, we have effectively doubled our share price from the bottom of the crisis on that one. And that obviously, the thank you goes for all of you who have made it possible by doing such an excellent work in that one. And just a general reflection overall, I like what I see in terms of where you guys are headed. I like the fact that you talk about customers. I like the fact you talk about the being focused in there, and I like the direction you guys are all heading there. And if it's been a pretty exciting year, I think the next couple of years are going to be very exciting, full of opportunities for all of us as well to learn, develop, and make even better business. And following this from the different angles, it's interesting all the discussion in media about the electric cars and self-driving automobiles, etc. But the fact of the matter is, as you all well know, of course, that this is going to happen in off-road vehicles first, because that's where the opportunities are. So we guys are actually living in a very hot area, something that is very cool, where the sort of future development of the technology is happening. That also, of course, means that there will be new competition, as we have already seen. There will be big boys competing for that one. The Chinese competition, which I think never underestimate in terms of the innovation power as well. I'm sure you talk about that one as well. But you know, if you think from the strengths we have today, where we come from in terms of our customers, our people, our capabilities, our brands, our market positions, it's for us to win. And of course, that means that we need to be able to invest into that future as well. And when I look ahead, one thing, of course, it's good to remember is that we don't live from the percentages. So the actual operating profit and the absolute profit, of course, is where we invest and where we reward ourselves as well. And if I look at the economy now going ahead, and it's, of course, extremely hard to predict, but it's quite clear that the worst is over in terms of this, and we have seen some sort of V-shape, and it's very visible in your numbers as well, where you have had a fantastic recovery, partly thanks to market, but also very much thanks to the excellent work we have done there. But I think it's also quite likely that we will settle down to a level that is lower than we saw in 2019. And that means also that the kind of quest for the efficiency and how we can operate even better is going to beat us. And that's one opportunity and a challenge we will be facing there as well. And how do we actually ensure that we are able to make the profitability that enables us to do the necessary investments for the exciting opportunities we have in future of us. But it's going to be a fun journey. And I heard the word fun already. So it's going to be a fun journey. It's going to be an exciting journey. And we are going to somewhere where the whole sort of world is going, and a lot of other areas will be following us. So I wish you a great 2 days. Thanks for having me in there. enjoy the trip and thank you again for fantastic work you've done.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot,
Thank you, Mika.
Thank you. Bye now.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye. Wow. Okay, that sounded positive, huh?
I think so. I think he
Yes.
said, do you remember the word? Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And in the Finnish language, what is really fantastic?
Fantastic is not a word we use.
That's so
No.
it's like mega
Yes,
fantastic.
Yes, yes. Yeah, usually we say that when we say that it's pretty good, that is fantastic.
That's fantastic.
And if we say that it's not good, that means horrible. Yeah. So I think we can be pretty pleased with that comment, right?
Good. We're on the right track then.
We are. Anything else that you would like to pick up from Mika's speech?
No, I think it's a you know, he talks about fun. He picked up on our fun, and it's about having fun on the journey because it's about energy, and energy and fun goes together. And with that, we get what he's also talking about. It's not only about having good percentages, but driving top line growth, and with that, getting more profitability in so we can invest more.
Exactly. In that way, we can have more fun, right?
And then we can get more fun, and it never ends. It just goes up. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and looking forward to the next strategy workshop when we couldn't do it face to face. Now we have to build a double budget for the next one, right?
Absolutely. Spending double the amount, having double the
Exactly.
fun. That sounds great.
Very, very good. So how do we start building the energy now here? How
You
do
know
we?
what? We can have music because of some kind of rule or whatever. But you know what? You remember 378 days ago in the evening? You remember we dressed up in black?
Oh, we did.
You got the guitar out, you and Stefan was there. We were all together. Couldn't we look at that video for a while? That's an inspiring music video.
Yeah, we almost made it to MTV.
Almost.
If it would still exist.
Can we get that one up there? That would give me so much energy.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Let's see if they can
we
fix
see
it
it?
for us. There it is.
Okay, everybody. Knock, knock, knocking on customers' doors. Knock, knock, knocking on the customers' doors. Knock, knock, knocking on customers' doors. Knock, knock, knocking on the customers' doors.
Good. Well, that's some energy now.
That was so fantastic. Do you think it was fantastic for those watching it too?
Let's not analyze it, but we
Nah.
all had a lot of fun over the night.
We did.
And now we are here. We are getting ready to get this thing on the road. And next year we will get together physically again, and we're going to do that same thing all over, or in another version.
That sounds really, really good. I'm looking forward to it. Before I let you go into the contents of strategy, perhaps we can continue on the energy theme a little bit more. Can I leave you here talking about what is giving you energy and where do you get your energy from? Then I'll let you continue with the strategy presentation.
Thank you very, very, very much, Matthias.
Thank you.
What gives me energy is the question that Matthias is asking me. And then I have to pull up these pictures. Well, simple things. Simple things in life gives me energy. And drinking a cup of good coffee. Isn't that wonderful? This is from this summer, sitting on the beach in Barcelona and having just a wonderful time doing nothing. That's wonderful. That gives me energy. But being together with my beautiful girls, with my family, and sometimes they want to go traveling. That's not possible right now, but that also gives me energy. And I must say, even though I feel almost guilty by saying it, but during the COVID crisis and the lockdown, we all got locked down in Germany, in Munich, where I live, and there, just being with them, drinking that coffee, go running with them, and just spending so much time. And I told them, this is a historic moment, probably the only time where we're going to be together for 10 weeks all the time. They didn't see the historic moment. They will, though. That gave me energy. And then the third picture there. mountains. I love mountains, walking in them or biking in them, but the most is when they get some white powder and one can go skiing. And now it's October soon, and soon it's going to start snowing, and I'm sure we're going to have some good skiing coming. So that is what energizes me, just being there, being together with people and having a good time. That's about me. That's about becoming energized. Good, I'm not here about talking about me becoming energized only. I'm here also to talk about what we are trying to do. We are going to take this organization from a very good organization, a very good business, into a great one. We are going to take Kalmar Mobile Solutions from good to great. That's what we are going to do, and we are going to do it together. We are collaborating doing that. We're doing it as one big family. And I'm going to try to explain how that journey is going and where we are heading. This is the presentation that we have. A little bit of background, our current situation, direction. Where are we going? Where's the direction? We always need to think, where are we going? What are the targets? Because we need to show something to the board. I mean, Mika, he was there, ready to go in front of the board. We always have to stack ourselves up against a number. That's just the way life is. And we have also done that. So we have the targets for 2023. Some next steps. What are we doing? What's the next step? Where are we going? What are we going to do rest of this year? We're going to do next year. What are the next steps? And then summarize. I'm going to spend about 41 minutes and 58 seconds doing that. And hopefully I will be managing to explain to you how we together have decided on this journey. Let's get going. Okay. Mega trends, mega trends, mega trends. You know what? These are the 4 mega trends that I believe is really shaping the society that is mostly affecting us and affecting Kalmar Mobile Solutions. 4 of them. Demographic and social changes. And now you're thinking, but Stefan, why are you talking about demographic and social changes? Why would this possibly have anything to do with you? Hold on. I'll get there. But let me just tell what some of the few things that's happening. The world is becoming old really, really quickly. It's going from young to old in parts of the world in record speed. China, 10 years ago, was considered a young country. It's the fastest country in the world, more than 1 billion people, that is turning themselves into an old country. Why is that? Well, there are a couple of things that is happening. Number 1, fantastic. We live double the time. About 100 years ago, we would live about 40 years. Now, we live about 80 years. And you know what? The children that are being born right now, there's a lot of theory saying that they will average live 100 years. So our longevity is amazingly in expansion. So I'm going to get to what this has to do with us and Kalmar. It's important to remember that. It's another thing happening also. Women today have averaged 2.5 baby. 2, that said we stay stable, so we don't decrease as a species. 2.5, it's still growth. But just less than 50 years ago, that was 5. So we have 2 things happening there on the demographics. We live more than double the time, and we make half the babies. So what does that mean? Well, that means we're going to have a lot more older people, and I'm going to get on how that is going to influence Kalmar. Okay, remember that one? Climate change. Any one of you doubting that this is happening? I would like you to then challenge me, because I did doubt this, just going back 10, 15 years. It is happening, and we are a part of, unfortunately, making that happening. It's a part of the way we let CO2 gases out in the atmosphere, and that is driving climate change, and that's making temperature go up. And just this year, look at what's happening. West coast of the United States, all the way from California, all the way up through Oregon, big forest fires. So big fires, so they go into the Gulf Stream and they can even see the smoke in New York. Can you imagine that? Major things. We had it in Brazil some few months ago, and we have it here right now in Russia on the Siberian plateau. It's happening over. We had it in Australia. They are just gearing up for, is it going to happen again next summer coming? So climate change is there, and we need to do something about it. We need to pull our small little pie in there and help the world on the climate change. 2 things, okay? 3rd things, digitalization. I often talk about our children. Our children, how they grow up digital. They are all the time connected. You know, a 3-year-old in the UK, United Kingdom, a 3-year-old has 70% of all 3 years old have been connected. 70%. That number goes up. It's probably going to hit 100% in a couple of years. Every 3-year-old will have been digitally connected. Do you think they're going to come out to a machine that we built today and say, hey, this is a cool machine? They might say that, though, by the way. But do you think that's the way they want to live? Working with the machine the way we do today? The way they grow up? Yeah, I know it's many years in the future, but you know what? This is already coming around. A lot of digital natives, they are coming out now. Out of the high schools, out of the university, etc., etc., etc. 4th, globalization. Yeah, I heard people talk about that it's over, it's done. Globalization, it's doomed. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. Why not? Because globalization is one of the reasons why we have had a good number of years of world peace. There are places, obviously, in warfare, etc. But there is no better way to make sure we have world peace than globalization. Meaning, I put my money in different parts of the world. I don't want to fight then. I want my money to kind of keep on growing. That's the best way for the world to be at large at peace. By all these nations, all these countries, all these companies investing in each other. You don't want to fight then. You want to have good return on your investment. You don't want to mess that up. Globalization has driven the way we live into a better way. Not linearly, obviously. There's steps forward, steps back. But globalization is one of the most important reasons of the prosperity that the world is going through. And it's not all over the place, but with globalization that will happen. Will the globalization look the same tomorrow as it looks today and it looked yesterday? No, of course not. It's changed always. I mean, it started hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And it will change over the years to come. But you know what? Every change on globalization, changed global flows of goods, for instance, is good for us. Because that means new customers need new ports, need new terminals, and we are there to help them, right? That's our job. Good. 4 mega trends. Remember them, because they are there no matter the pandemic of COVID or any other disruption that we see. They are there to change the world, and we need to change with them. And we're going to be the first ones in our industry to understand how that will change our customers and our customer needs in order to adapt ourselves to it and utilize that as a differentiator. Good. Let me pull it a little bit closer to Kalmar. Look at that one. Isn't that a beauty? That's 5-6 years in the future, maybe. It's an automated, robotized reach stacker that is totally electrified. And why do we have it? Well, first of all, if you would have to have a cabin on there and drive it manually, if you have it automated with a lot of safety devices. And if you have it electric, it would be so much easier to drive. So if I'm all of a sudden 70 years old and I decide to keep on working because I want to, because I feel strong, I can do it, that machine would be great to drive. Electric, yeah, no more CO2. Now all of a sudden we work with the sustainability too. Globalization. Why globalization on this one? Yeah, because it's a standardized solution. So if we put it in one port in Rotterdam, it goes into Africa, exactly the same way of working. It goes into China, Asia, Oceania, United States, and Latin America. Eduardo, Latin America also, okay? I didn't forget you, okay? And Gustav and the whole team there. Great team, by the way. That's how those mega trends translate into what we need to do. And we should be first, and we will be first, and we will be the best company in putting those into play. Digital is a digital. That's a digital device. It's a digital device. It's connected, remotely controlled, if we want to. All of those 4 mega trends goes right into that picture. And if you don't believe me, please get hold of me, and we'll have a good discussion later on. Oh, I'm excited. Can you notice? Can you notice, huh? Even that you're not here, I just see some few people here in the studio, I still feel excited. No music going, but I'm still excited. Because what? We're going to look at what have we done this year. Just a little bit more of background. Thanks a lot to all of you. You have done a great, you heard what Mika said, you have done a great job helping customers to operate in the new normal. But this goes throughout the whole organization. I mean, the MAUs, the way you adapted to the pandemic, the supply chain people, how they just jumped in. They pulled me in. I mean, they just pulled me in and said, Stefan, we need your help. What can I do? What can I do? I haven't worked with supply chain and purchasing in a year. They just pulled me and said, call Volvo. Tell them that they are a bunch of... I can say the word that I wanted to say. And we did. Together with Claudia and a team, we called Volvo and we called a lot of suppliers. And I was a part of that because this great team from the MAUs and from the supply chain. So there. Into the people out there on the field, the service people, just going out there and being our heroes, sanitizing those trucks, helping out our customers to operate through very, very difficult environment. Amazing work. Amazing throughout. And then connecting with the customer. Being there from a sales virtually, like we are doing tonight, today, this morning, this evening, wherever you are in the world. We started utilizing for real-time data. What's happening with the machines? And we saw, some are running 120, 30% more than normal, and some are running nothing. And we could customize how we help these customers. You see how important the connected machinery is? That we can be there with the customer. This is just the beginning of the change that will last for many, 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 many years. And it's going to make us into a better company, a better partner to our customers. Responding fast, being there. I got Jürgen calling me. Jürgen Würz, he says, Stefan, you have to talk to Yieldport. We are about to lose the order. Eduardo was calling me. We were on them and we were talking and we were working with this customer in order to find a solution for them that would serve them globally, out of Europe, out of Americas. Amazing. Really quickly, pulling together in a collaborative effort. Great work, everybody. Now comes something that I'm really, really, really worried about. Whoever was in Algeciras, you heard me talk about this. Every 4.9 days, someone dies in the port industry. And if we would look at other industrial verticals where we are active, it's probably worse. This is our duty to help with this number. We want to make that number go up and up and up. And we want to understand it, and how can we be a part of that journey? Health and safety are more important now than they ever been. That 4.9, we have to work on that, and all the other challenges, where COVID is just one of them. And adapt our offering, adapt our services, adapt our solutions in order to tackle this plague of the industry where we're in. We've done a good homework. These are our curves internally. We've gone down, we are continuously going down, but let's not slack on it. Let's keep on pushing it down. Just one person coming home with an injury is one too many. 1 in 10 years is one too many. We want to get down to 0 one day, and that's our vision. That's internally. I got a phone call February that one of our technicians had gotten injured doing service work. This is a picture that Robert sent to me just some few weeks ago, when he finally, after months of fighting and struggling, could stand up for the first time. He's a happy camper. You can see there on his face that he's proud to have gone through I don't know how many surgeries and how many scares. And you know what? It's not over yet. It keeps on going for him. He has many still to do. Let us all remember Robert and never, ever get anyone into the same challenges that Robert got into. It is serious stuff, guys. Let's all work together to be safer. Let's all take one step forward. Let's all say no to customers that pushes us or whatever we think we're in a hurry, and always take the safe way and not the fast way, no matter what. Safety is the most important thing we go. And Robert is improving, he is recovering, but he has a long journey and we are there to support him. Those were the mega trends, background, a little bit what happened. And now let's look a little bit what's going on right now, the current situation. Good. I have 26 minutes and 52 seconds still to go. And I'm intending to use them all. I hope that's okay for you guys. Now you should say yes, but I can't hear you anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, our current situation. This is what we said in Algeciras. Strong brand, traditional. Yeah, I mean, I went this, Rob, he took me into this Abu Dhabi port, and I haven't done any business and traveled in the Middle East, and all of a sudden I'm sitting there in front of this very nice gentleman, dressed up in the local way of dressing. And obviously, I'm just assuming he wouldn't know what Kalmar is. I mean, he wouldn't know Kalmar from an orange, So I'm like, hey, we come from Kalmar, and Kalmar is this, and Kalmar. And he said, stop, Mr. Lampa, stop. Of course I know what Kalmar is. Kalmar is one of the most important companies within the industry. You don't need to explain yourself. That's the brand we have. That's the strength we have. And that's what we are building on. Professional people, proud people, good people. But we don't work together close enough. We don't connect all the time. Premium equipment, great. It's the Rolls-Royce or Mercedes or whatever we want to utilize of the industry. But are we ready for the next level? We said no. Skilled and extensive service, but not proactive. Good operational footprint, but traditional. Meaning, hey, we kind of work in a traditional way. And we said we are close to customer, but just some few, not all of us. I got a little bit closer this year. During the pandemic, I got closer to customers. We all need to understand where in the chain we are when it comes to the customer. What happened this year? Well, we are ready for the next level of the brand. We're going to rebrand ourselves into a robotic, automated, electrified, ecological company. I hope Maya doesn't get upset with me now, but these are the things, at least in my brain and in my heart, is there. The company you want to work with, if you want to have your operators safe. The company that fights for getting rid of death within the industry. Then you want to work with Kalmar. That's where we're going. We're building a winning team. We started to connect together. We've done some training, not as much as we wanted on the collaborative ways, but we will do more. Electrifying and automating is ongoing. We started that journey Electrification, many years ago, keeps on going. And automation, we've got going. We've got exciting stuff. Lasse is going to talk about that. You're going to be super, super excited when you hear him. Proactive sales and service. We are starting to become more proactive. And the pandemic did teach us we can't sit on our butts. Can I say that? Well, I already did, I guess. So anyhow, we got to move. We can't move physically. We can't get on flights. But we get on that internet, videos, cameras, whatever we do. Proactive. World-class supply chain. We started it. We see the benefits. We see the improvements. And Claudio and his warriors are doing so good. But it is a collaborative effort that goes all the way from the first time we meet the customer until we have serviced that piece of equipment throughout its lifetime. Customer collaboration, I already explained, increased. We start working more with customers, collaborate more with customers, but it's just the beginning. We got a long journey still. Good. Current situation was that. Are you guys ready for a direction? I think I can hear you say yes. Or maybe it's just my imagination. Yes, we want to hear about the direction. Safer, more sustainable and productive through collaboration. That's our mission. But let me put it in black and white, or whatever we want to say. Saving lives, that's what we do. Saving the environment, that's what we do. We provide productivity because that's the only way we can be a part of the journey with our customers. And we do it together. That's what we do. That's where we stood when we started the journey. I already went through them. Brand, good people, footprint, premium products, extensive service, and regional leadership. This is where we want to be in 2023. 21 next year, 22 after that, and then 23. So we have 3 years to make that vision happen. And it is to become a globally diversified organization. Why is that? Of course. I was just talking to Alf Gunnar from CCH. You heard of him and his team? And they had this great talk with Suzhou in China and how a reach stacker should look like, and how can we go step by step towards automation and robotization and remote control, and how the Chinese team did input the need from some Chinese customers of actually utilizing remote control, because that's what's needed in some parts of the Chinese industry. If we are not connected and if we are not globally diversified, how could we possibly know? Then everything's going to be close to where we design. So we need to be that way. We need to become more global and more diversified. Get people from all walks of life. Then we will understand what's going to happen with the customer needs, and we're going to adapt to it. We're going to do 2 things, many things more, but 2 main things. We're going to transform this company through technology and through supply chain. And we are going to do it not in silos by, hey, Claudio, can you take that transformation on supply chain and just transform it, please? And Lasse and all the R&D people, can you please transform technology and please get it done quickly, please? Don't spend so much money on it. No. Because then we're going to do it wrong. We're going to do it together with the customers and with suppliers. Suppliers becoming partners, by the way. We collaborate to win. We do it together. Okay? It's clear? Oh, I think I can hear you say yes. I can hear you say yes. Or I can feel it. The energy is out there in these waves running around the world. The KAMOS waves, okay? That's the gap. You know, I think you heard me say it before. We are gap-eating machines. Humans are gap-eating machines. We hate gaps. We hate gaps, even if we don't know it. If you say that I'm here and I want to go there, if it's important, you create a gap. And automatically, we as a species, we close that gap. So strategy is all about that. We are here, we want to go there, and that's the gap. Those are the 4 gaps we have, and we're going to close those. Technology leadership. Yes, we are going to be technology leaders. We are going to spend, over time, double than what we spend today. Okay, I know we are struggling with it, but we are going to get there. And the budget's going to go up year by year by year when we are finding ways where we can find that money. Technology leadership, electrification, digitalization, and robotization. World-class supply chain. We started that journey already, and we are on the go. Things are happening. Nothing can stop us there. And it is a collaborative effort now, all the way from sales, through the whole supply chain, through the divisions, and obviously through the service organization. Customer centricity. Maybe the most difficult thing. Oh, I want to get closer to you, but they told me I have to come back a little bit here. Sorry for that. Customer centricity. Maybe the most difficult one. But now we have a very, 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 very clear. But let me give you the philosophy of customer centricity. That doesn't mean that we are all talking to customers. No, it doesn't mean that. But it means we understand our part in the chain to the customer. And we all understand and cherish that. And we all learn in order to drive values in my part of the chain. I'm not going to be the first one that contacts customers, but I'm there to help whoever is in sales or whoever connects to customers. I'm there to be a supporter of that person if you think I can help. And I want to help. I already explained what Jürgen did. He pulled me in with Yieldport. I know, Gina, you were a little bit nervous there thinking, my gosh, what's going to happen? And maybe Eduardo too, but you're so polite, you didn't say anything, and it turned out good. But that's the way to help the organization. That's my part. And if you're further down the road into the organization, you may be working in administration. Keeping the paper trails ready is obviously a key value to create customer centricity. So the customer gets the right thing at the right time with the right paper and the right document, etc. You know what I'm meaning. That's customer centricity, knowing where we are in that chain. Oh, I'm getting worked up again. I have 17 minutes and 6 seconds. Can you hang in 17 minutes and 3 seconds? Thank you. Anyhow, collaborative culture. This is my favorite topic. This is my favorite topic. Why is that my favorite topic? Because all of the above is easy done with collaborative culture, and all of the above is difficult in silos or impossible. And strategies fail just because there is not a culture of executing. And that's why I'm so a believer of collaborative culture. We have done now a lot. We are working on it and we are moving. Those are the 4 gaps. Gap eating machines, we are that. We hate gaps. Those gaps are going to be our most important assets. When we are done in 2023, we are on the way. Okay, guys, that's the way it looks. I know it's not a fancy academic McKinsey style of strategy with 485 beautiful PowerPoints. It's one slide. But that's what is needed so we can all understand it. We go from left, which we are proud of. Those things we bring on the journey. We are on the way to the right side, and those are the gaps we have currently, and we need to close them in order to get. I want all of you to do this. Look at this one. Don't try to kind of just escalate it or de-escalate it into the organization. Just look at that as an inspiration. And wherever you are, you redo this one. And I know you have already done it, but redo it again this year. Redo it every year. And every year you will see that you see more things. And you get more ambitious and you raise the bar. That's the way teams win Champions Leagues, if you like football, for instance. And that's the way teams lose Champions Leagues when they don't do this. Step by step, believing in that we can create miracles and we can go from left to right by closing those gaps. Wonderful. Okay, let's move ahead. So what are the targets? This is what we promised to the board, and you need to know them. We all need to pull them together because because we don't really play champions, so we don't get all the competitors together and we play football with them. We just don't do that, right? I mean, it could be cool though, but it wouldn't be allowed though. So instead, we measure ourselves towards targets, and those are financial targets, and they look like this. In 2023, we're going to have order of 1.5 billion euros. We're going to make 15% profit. And you might say, what do I care about profit? Yet profit is the health of the company. A company that is in profit is healthy. It's like you have good blood values, you have strong muscles, your brain is working good. That's why we want to have good profit. And then obviously Mika and Ilka gets happy also, and all the other stakeholders. So that's also positive. They invite us for lunch and dinners. Who knows, whatever. But the important thing is it shows that we are healthy. Profit is healthiness. And cash. Well, cash is king, as someone said. So having the profit in the bank is important. Putting it more into letters and more into words is this. We are going to, when we are closing to 2023, and when we ask a customer about how they see us, they will say, Kalmar Mobile Solution is a strong, innovative brand delivering a really, really, really good customer experience. They seamlessly collaborate with colleagues internally, and they collaborate with their suppliers. They are like partners, like a big family, and they actually pull us in too. That's what a customer says about us in 2023. And you know what? Kalmar has a fully electric and automated or robotized offering. That's what they will say in 2023. The robotized is just the first step, obviously. Let's be realistic, but it's on the way. Global network of proactive service professionals. We do so many great things, and I see so many great things in service, but we don't share it enough. And the customer sees that. They say, you do a great job. My favorite team there in Spain, in Algeciras. I have a lot of favorite teams, so don't worry. They know so much stuff. But then I go to another country, and they don't know the same thing. And I'm thinking, why didn't you learn from the Spanish team? I say, well, what about the Spanish team? Well, we need to do, and in 2023, the customers will say, Kalmar Mobile Solution and their service team is network of proactive service professionals working together to help me as a customer. Supply chain as a competitive edge, absolutely. Delivering quickly, delivering right, good quality. No messing around that something was delivered wrong or whatever stories I hear. That we will clean out. And by the end of the day, the customer will say, you know what, with Kalmar, I really feel like a trusted partner. That's when we close 2023. Can we do it? Can we do it together? No, I don't hear you. Can we do it together? Yeah, we can. Good. It's almost like I can feel you, I can see you, I can hear you. Almost, but my imagination tends to go wild with me at times. Okay, let's go on. Next steps. I have 11 minutes, 28 seconds. Next steps. What are we going to do concretely? Well, technology leadership, Lasse and the team, all the R&D people, that's what they're going to do. They digitalize and connected equipment and services, fully electric offering already next year, and first prototype of the robotized terminal tractor. Gina is so happy about it, and the whole team there. And remote controlled reach stackers. This is our major steps forward. Cool stuff. World-class supply chain. Next year, we have reduced delivery time by 25%. 25%. And you say, well, I heard that. Why is that so important? Why is that so important? A customer hates to place orders. Sounds strange, but they do. Why? Because they tie up capital, they take commitments. When they place an order to us, they are actually taking a risk. It's a risk that it's obviously evaluated and all that stuff, good processes. If they can take that risk a little bit later, they are happier. They tie capital later, they take the risk later, etc. That's good for them. And what's good for us then? Yeah, because that puts it into a little bit of a heavier competition. Because if we say you only need 8 weeks before you need equipment, you place the order to us, or 10 weeks, and the competition is 20, who's going to get the business? Because they want to place orders as late as possible. So it's going to drive the competition nuts. They're going to say, yeah, we can also do it. And they're going to fail. And then they're going to get bad reputation and we're going to gain from it. I know it sounds negative, but that's competition. It's like, Football Club Barcelona, this tiki-taka, have you heard about that? You play really tight. I mean, they don't do it lately. They used to do it. If you ever saw some games a few years back, Messi, Vidal, all that stuff. Back, forward. I know Eduardo gets upset now, but anyhow, it's the way it is. The most beautiful game in the world. And it was because the competition drove them to play so tight. We're going to play that tight by driving down the lead time and promising low lead time, and we're going to live up to it. And that's going to mess with the competition. And then customer centricity. Yeah, I know. We talked a lot about it. Didn't really get going on it. These are the decisions that Seppo and the team has done now. This Seppo guy, gee. Anyhow, key account management in place. It's going to be rolled out, and they have a program for that. I love that, because when you have key account management, that management connects the customers into the organization, and we understand where are we in the chain of value creation better. Oh, that was fancy. What's my role and how can I help? That's for me, put it bluntly. Global dealer management. Now we got the process in place and it's moving, and this was a major challenge and we were all sweating, and even the board wanted to know, what are you doing with the dealer management and what is your process? Oh, it was really scary there for a while. But it's the process in place, and now we're going to build up a global dealer management. So we get really support to you global dealer managers out in the regions. So you get support. And then we're going to bring ourselves closer to the global GTOs. Just today, I did write to APMT to kind of start building my own small relationship. Obviously in conjunction with Günther and Per, of course, always in conjunction, always in collaboration. But in order for us to move closer to them, it's an important part of our business. I'm sweating away here. 7 minutes, 28 seconds left. I think I could go for the presidential election in the US, huh? Don't you think? Huh? Oh, I might just win. But I don't qualify. I'm not an American citizen and not born in the US. So anyhow, good. Collaborate to win. Trained 3,000 people. 3,000 people. That's what we're going to get trained by the end of next year. We got going, and then we stopped, got scared, the COVID, pandemic, all that stuff. We stopped it a little bit. Now we get it going again. We're going to do it virtually. We're going to do it face-to-face. Depending on your job, it's going to be different. But 3,000 people will be trained when we close next year. Yes, collaboration. I believe in that. Collaborate to win. And then you are all going to utilize, and you have already utilized that to develop your own strategy. And you say, can we have our own strategy? Of course, you have to have it. But always, always inspired by the global strategy, obviously. Not escalated, inspired. Because if you're running service in Italy, you can't just look and say technology leadership. It doesn't necessarily give you too much of inspiration. So you just look at that and say, what does it mean for us? If for us it means we're going to really be good with the customers, I don't know, in Genoa, I don't know. I haven't been to Italy. I hope I can go there one day. I love Italy, by the way. That's the way we work, collaboration. Okay. I have 5 minutes and 42 seconds left when I start summary. Are you guys ready? Summary. Now I'm going to summarize. Good. Let's get going. So, what have I talked about? Megatrends. You remember the megatrends? 4. They changed the world. They changed everything. They just march on. We can't stop it. We shouldn't. We learn from it. And we are the first one to adapt ourselves to those megatrends. Our purpose. What's our purpose? Why are we here? It's nothing as depressing as when I come home on a Friday and I've been out traveling, which I haven't been for many months now, so that hasn't happened for a while, but it used to happen. And then my children ask me, what do you actually do for a living? And I try to explain, and they look at each other and say, you have dinners and meetings. That's about it. That's pretty. I want to tell these nice, beautiful girls that you saw in the picture there, that we are saving lives. We are saving the environment. That's what I want to tell them. I'm not going to tell it before we're done with it, but when we get going with it, that's what I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them that this year we saved so many people, and this year so many tons of CO2 did not get released because of our technology, and I'm sure you want to be on that journey. I can hear that. Double the investment in technology. Yes, I know we don't have the money really for this year, and Lasse doesn't have it because when he sees that, he says, where is the money? So it's not really yet there, but it's going to be there. That's our inspiration. That's where we're going. Cut the release time in half. No inspiration. I mean, Claudia and the team is so dead set. That's going to happen. 25% next year, 25% more the year after that, well, in total 50%. Close collaborations with the customer. Please, please help us all to be connected to the customers. Please tell us how our part in the chain is, and we will together figure out what is our part in the chain. I'm there to help. That's my job. My job is to help. But we are all a part of a chain delivering value to our customer. And we need to figure out exactly how do we do that in the best way. And always know our part of that value creation. That's customer centricity. And build a winning team. 378 days since we were together. I'm sure we're going to be together in less than 378 days. It's wonderful to be together here right now, virtually together. But not too distant future, we are all going to get together again, right? Good. Building a winning team is so important. That is the most important thing to be able to be successful with all the other things. Good. Remember, it's about safer, more sustainable, productive through collaboration. Or let me put it bluntly again. Saving lives, saving the environment. We provide productivity so we get invited to the party, otherwise we are no fun. And we do it together, we collaborate. Thanks a lot. This is our transformation from good to great. Thanks a lot for listening to me. I'm really proud if you haven't fallen asleep. I, for sure, are more energized now than even when I started. Thanks a lot for having me be part of your team. And thanks a lot for the great work you have done during this pandemic. You're an amazing, amazing, amazing team. Thanks a lot for listening to me. And now I'm going to invite a great colleague and a great friend of me on stage here. Thomas Leander, please come on stage. Thomas.
Thank you, Stefan.
How good to see you. We are doing this was not COVID.
Yeah, no.
But what the heck, I couldn't stop myself. It's so good to work with you.
Yeah, it's great to be back and working with you again, Stefan.
So maybe I should introduce you a little bit. Thomas and I, we used to work together at a company here many years ago.
Yes.
And then our ways went separated. And now finally, after some 5-6 years, we're back working together again.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to work in KAMOS.
It's great to have you with the team. So, Thomas, the stage is yours. I'll let you present.
Thank you very much. So, you are putting me a little bit in trouble here after this very energizing presentation. I will be more fixed towards the table here, but I will do my best. So, my name is Thomas Leander. I'm the Senior Vice President for Finance, and I will talk a little bit how we can create value for the future. So here we have some pictures, and what is really energizing me, I like to be out traveling. This is a little bit difficult at the moment, but I also like to spend time with my family. You can see them on the right side of the picture. We like to travel together and see nice places and enjoy the time together. So the purpose of this presentation is to look at how we have developed from a financial point of view, and also what is our plans going forward. I also would like to highlight that we have done very well in this very difficult year. So I have been here now in KAMOS for about 4 months, and I would give you some first impressions here. After this short period of time, I think we are a very entrepreneurial and driven organization. We want to do a lot and we want to achieve a lot. We work very hard. We have strong products and brands, but I feel that we lack standardized processes. We do a lot of administration work. We take out data from one system, we put it into an Excel sheet, and then we move it to another system. This is the kind of work we need to find ways to do more efficient. I also think that we are a bit of a silo-driven organization. We should all work together for the best of Cargotec and for KAMOS. And I can give one example here. We have a lot of used machines in the frontline units. We have, to be exact, more than 200 units. And this is actually not so well known by our divisions. So here we need to work together, division, market areas, to find a ways to sell these machines. 2020 has been a difficult year. You can see the GDP to the left side of the slide. And the GDP is clear that it will be a negative growth in 2020 of some 5-6%. However, it is expected that it will grow next year. It is written here 6.5%, but we got a new update to date which shows more like 5.5%. Irrespective, this means that it is expected that the global economy will get back, partially at least, next year. On the right side you can see the container throughput index, which is one of the important measurements for our business. You can see that in most markets it's a steep decline this year, and for the overall economy it is expected to be a decline of 8%. However, here as well, it is expected to come back on quite good level next year. So we are expecting that this index will be even into a growth mode even compared to 2019 next year. I would like to give you some highlights of what we have done really good in 2020. As stated earlier by Mika and also by Stefan, we have done pretty well on profitability. We have clearly had lower volumes, but we have managed to keep up the profitability despite this big volume drop, even on the same level as last year. We have done that through keeping the gross margins on a very good level, even a bit higher, I would say, than 2019. And that, together with our efforts to do cost savings, we are planning to save on our fixed cost about $30 million this year. And we are also planning to have direct cost savings in material and so on of 3 percentage points. So the gross margin together with the cost savings, we have managed to at least keep up the profitability as a percentage of sales for 2020. Then I would like to highlight some few specific topics where we have done really, areas where we have done really great. So in CCH, we have managed so far to be 10% above last year on orders. So this is of course a very good achievement by CCH and the market area together. Then I would also like to highlight that we have done very good in terms of profitability in service and also in Bromma. So also here very well done And I would also like to highlight TT, the terminal tractor, which has been suffering a lot with volume drop this year. But despite this big volume drop, I must say that there's been a tremendous work done to keep up the profitability. So very well done also in TT, having in mind these large volume drops. So here I have been now 4 months within KAMOS, and I'm working closely with the finance team. I think we have a very good team spirit, and we are all here and ready to support the business. Now I will show you a little bit how we have been performing on a high level in 2020, and also what is our plan going forward. So this is now the order development. The red bars shows the KAMOS numbers, and we have added in the 2023 little bit, which is actually the KAS service numbers, in order to match with Stefan's presentation. So you can see we had some really good years, 2018, 2019, and this year, of course, we have been suffering from this corona pandemic. So we will be reaching a little bit more than 900 million in orders this year. Going forward, we see that we should be able to grow from these levels with around 10 percentage points per year. Sales, similar development as in orders. We will reach about 900 million here. You can see in the black line that we have a very good gross margin, even higher this year than last year's. And we also plan here to grow in the coming years 10 percentage points per year. And we also believe that we should be able to maintain the gross margin on these levels. Profitability development. There was a very big successful year last year where KAMOS delivered $150 million profit, with also a very high profitability margins of almost 13%. This year we will be delivering a bit more than 100 million. So a big gap when we talk about absolute terms or in million euro. But the margin we have managed to keep up pretty well. So we will deliver a profitability margin in line with last year. Also here we foresee that in the coming years we will, with the volume increases, we will definitely deliver more profitability in absolute terms, but also we will improve the margin. This is our plan going forward. Cash flow. We have had a little bit ups and downs on cash flow in the past year. 2019 was a great year in cash flow. 2020 has also started very well on cash flow, but we still have room to improve our cash flow in 2020. We need to collect our overdue receivables. We need to reduce our inventories. Especially I would like to highlight the used machines standing on our yards. And I think we really have to make an effort towards the end of the year to reduce this stock. Here we also believe that we have a big room for improvements going forward. Now I want to a little bit show you what we think is needed to deliver 2020. We have a very strong pipeline. When we look into Salesforce, we can see that the pipeline is increasing. We can also see that the forecasted orders for 90 days is increases. So I'm very confident that we will be able to deliver on the order intake until the year end. I mentioned before that we have quite good margins. We should do our best to maintain this high level of margin that will really contribute to our profitability. We need to continue to be mindful on cost. We have done very well on cost savings this year, where we have this 30 million on fixed cost savings. This is really good achievement. And then the next one, we need to deliver our forecast. And here, I think we have all been a bit conservative, and that is of course natural in this environment with corona pandemic. But we need to a little bit review the way we do forecast and be a little bit more aggressive in what we present. But overall, what is important is that we deliver what we have said towards the end of the year. I mentioned already that we have high inventories, and I think we have a potential to reduce inventories here towards the end of the year. We also have quite high overdue receivables, and here we can also do something to improve the cash flow towards the end of the year. So if we can manage to deliver this, I would say that we have turned a difficult year into another great year for KAMOS. So thank you very much for all of your efforts to make this a good year. Now I would like to show you a little bit what I see as the improvement areas going forward. I have been here only 4 months, as I mentioned, so of course I'm still in the learning process. But what I see so far is that we are rather complicated in how we are handling things and how we follow up things. So we need to do simplification, process improvements, and one example here is in the principle we have 500 cost centers. Do we really need to have 500 cost centers there? I don't think so. So here we definitely have a room for improvement. We have a great project with the world-class supply chain. There are great plans in place to improve the way forward, and here we need to deliver on these plans. We need to continue to increase productivity, and we want to have better processes to increase productivity, and by that increasing our cash generation or profitability so that we can invest in the future in, for example, R&D. I want us to free up cash as well, as I mentioned before, by inventory overdues. And I think that we have still room for improving in our collaboration. With the example I mentioned earlier, we need to find ways to collaborate together, work together for the best of Cargotec and KAMOS. Then I see that we also have a lot of things going on. We tend to be very ambitious, creating a lot of actions. And sometimes it's good that we look into what we have and prioritize what is the most important to do first. This is really important. We have to do the right things, what we get the best benefit out of as early as possible. Summary, what do we need to do for 2020? We need to deliver our forecast. We need to be careful with costs. We need to reduce inventories and overdue receivables. What do we need to do next in the coming years? I will certainly work with many of us to find simplifications and process improvements. I want us to continue to focus on productivity. And By doing these actions, we will be able to invest in the future by increasing efforts in R&D, etc. How can we do that? I think we need to question really what we are doing sometimes. And I think a good example is this 500 cost centers in the principle. Is it really necessary, or can we do it differently? With process improvements, instead of moving data between systems and Excel sheets, we should spend more time with customers. I think we can really do that. And we should embrace the learnings from world-class supply chain. And by that we can build up the R&D resources. So as a conclusion, I would like to say simplification and process improvements will create value for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Matthias.
How are you feeling? Your first KAMOS public performance.
Yeah, I don't know. Did I do well?
We have to ask. Guys, can you put something in the chat over there? But I think it's time for us to do a little bit of a question and answer session and involve people. And I would like to take Stefan up on the stage as well.
I can get back up on stage again. Huh?
Good. Now we have a few Menti questions that we start with to get these people a bit warmed up again. So please, if you remember it again, menti.com, enter the code, and we have 2 questions there. First one, this has brought clarity for me on what's KAMOS way forward. Second one, this information has reloaded my strategic battery.
Gee, these are tough questions here, huh?
Yes, yes, but it's quite easy because it's a scale there between strongly disagree and strongly agree. And for those of you who forgot, you can see the code on your screen, 4085962.
It's coming up.
It's coming up. It's coming up. So it's at least 2 people have answered.
2 positive ones.
Yeah, 2 positive ones, yes. Let's see, this is always exciting.
Yes. Stresses me a little bit, I must say.
So it still keeps on moving. I think everyone out there in the chat still discussing football. Now is the time to go to Menti, right?
What did I start there, huh? Football discussion.
Yeah, but that's good. You have a topic now for all those coffee rooms and the after party and everything. So if all else fails, you can talk about football.
That's good, that's good. Hey, there's almost 30 people now, yeah? 30 people.
40.
40, and it's still pretty positive there, huh?
It is, it is.
46, good.
Keeps on moving, keeps on moving.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
I think we can start to make some conclusions here soon. So, can we get the results up on the screen, please? Going a bit ahead of time here. So this has brought clarity for me on what's KAMOS way forward. 4.2, what do you think?
Well, it sounds good. I mean, 4.2.
Yeah.
Gonna make max 5.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. So not a complete disaster, right?
No, exactly. That is a finish. Fantastic. Not a complete disaster.
Exactly. Yeah,
Good,
let's go with that one. Second question. This information has reloaded my strategic battery. I think if you put the question like that, reloading your strategic battery, a score of 4, I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah. I got 5 though. I mean, you almost had to tackle me off here, but that's me. 4. I'm pretty okay with that.
I think.
Can you imagine we are not together? We are spread out. I mean, so many Australia. What time was it in Australia?
I think it was, I don't remember, 9 p.m., right?
When we started.
Where we started, so it's quite late there already.
And in Kansas, they had just waken up.
Yeah.
So 4 is pretty good with that.
I think so. And I think there's not a lot of people who think that you can actually do this online, but you can.
You can. We are doing it. We are making history.
Good. I think it's time then, if we move forward, to engage the people a little bit and get in some questions. Let's see if we can get some questions on the screen. So let me pick one there for you. Stefan, what is your biggest worry at the moment?
What is my biggest worry? Well, if I go on to the personal side, my biggest worry is that my daughter's living in Amsterdam and Barcelona cannot come and visit me because of the COVID regulations to Germany. That would be my biggest worry, because I love to be with them, as I showed earlier. When it comes to business worry, I would say that, I don't have a big worry, because we have already shown that in case things get more difficult, we know how to act. So I would say, no, I don't have a big worry. I'm really happy. If I try to really push, it would be that customer centricity, and that we are not moving fast enough on that one, because that's really where we can make a lot of headways really quickly. That we are not clear enough what we want to do. That would be the only, maybe my biggest worry. Get it gone. And that we dare to invest in it, starting with me and Thomas. We dare to invest in that?
Definitely, yes.
Definitely, okay. So that would be maybe a little bit of a worry.
Thank you. That's a good one. And of course, I mean, as you see, we have been doing pretty well so far. But I think the personal point is, of course, good, because in the same way, we want our employees to stay safe, be healthy, but at the same time have the opportunity to be motivated and help them to be connected to other people. So it is a new time, and it is challenging, but I think we're coming up with more and more ways of managing in this environment.
Exactly.
So it's starting to feel a bit better already.
Absolutely.
So next question then. What is our biggest opportunity for growth? Shall we take that one for you? You've been looking at the numbers.
I'm looking
How do
at
you
the
make them
numbers.
grow?
That I will pass this to Stefan.
Yes,
Do you think so?
I'm
Please,
quite,
Stefan.
No, I mean, it is clearly, I think what we have a little bit of that we are maybe not going for those really difficult opportunities. And I think it's a big opportunity that we really throw ourselves at them, look at how can we solve, because typically the price competition might be very difficult, there might be other things, and that we throw ourselves at those difficulties together and really go for that, because I think there is a tremendous opportunity of growth there, that we basically take market share away from the competitors. We have done it this year, but we just started that journey. So I think it's a great opportunity. Go for that difficult ones, but then we have to team up. Supply unit, divisions, everybody needs to work together, MEUs, etc., and really focus on that.
Do you think we have been taking it too easy previously? Or?
Maybe not too easy, but maybe getting a little bit into a situation where we are maybe careful with risking things. So that, make sure we get this customer, we keep the customer happy, which is really basics, obviously, of business. But maybe not thinking, how can we aggressively go? I mean, terminal tractors in Germany, there must be opportunity. Gina done such a great work on that. Yeah, it's difficult. Of course it's difficult, but if we all pull together, we all go to the customer, we show what we've done with the equipment, we do a solution for them, with service as a part of it.
Sounds
of course
good.
we're the best organization.
Of course, and if it's easy, it's not particularly fun, right?
And anyone could do it in that case.
Exactly. Good. Now, Thomas, I'm not going to let you completely off the hook here. So the next one is, our financial targets for 2023 have remained the same despite the pandemic. How is that possible?
Yeah, actually they are not exactly the same, because the target before was sales, now it is orders. So that means that it is roughly 100 million less. But on the other hand, when you have a big downturn like we have this year. If you compare to how it was after 2009, the year of 2010, 2011, in other businesses went very steep up. So I would expect that there will come more investments in the next coming 2 years to a little bit recuperate what we have lost this year. So yes, it is maybe not possible, but it is actually not exactly the same what we had in the previous.
So we are expecting the market to bounce back. We are expecting KAMOS to be in a good place to really start growing when the market bounces back, and therefore the targets we think are still reachable.
Yes, definitely.
Right? Yeah. Okay, maybe we can take one more question then to Stefan. And I think this one is obvious. You already talked about it, right? You know, how do we balance R&D and cost? We want to spend a lot on new technology, but at the same time, you know, we need to manage our financials.
No, but I think what Thomas talked about in his speech was that we have areas where we aren't efficient. You talked about 500 cost centers in Finland in what we call the principal financial structure. Those are things that doesn't necessarily create value for us. You know, obviously they were done with a certain thought of transparency and so forth, but I think we pulled it too much. So by cutting that out, simplifying, we release cost that we don't take and give to the shareholders. No, because we want to invest them for the shareholders. Now I'm talking like if I would be, you know, an investor or something. So basically, we take the cost savings that we get from simplicity and we put it into R&D, among other things. We also put it so that we can be together with the customer more. Those are the two things. So releasing simplicity, investing it in R&D. That's what we want to do.
That is very clear. As you said, we have already taken steps and we will continue to take those steps. So I think our time is up for questions and answers. There will be much more questions and answers during the day, but thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you very much, Stefan. And I think we have reached one of the peaks of the day, which means a coffee break.
A virtual one.
A virtual one. You know how it works. The links are on the front page. Pick your avatar, go into the coffee break rooms, and please be back on time. I'm not going to say what time it is because it's going to be different for almost everyone here, but please be back in 20 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Matthias.
Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. I hope you had lots of interesting discussions. If you did, please share again a little bit in the chat about how you experienced the coffee rooms. We have seen that the chat has been quite active, which is good. Please, everyone who feels that they have something to say, or even if you don't have something to say, just join in the discussion, please. Now, we are going to continue today with getting back into the touchy-feely mode. Since we cannot meet you face to face, we want to know how you are doing all the time. So, back to Menti again. Please answer the question on the screen, which is, how are you feeling? So let's try to gauge your feelings during the day. And you remember menti.com and put in the meeting code if you have forgot it. 4085962. It's starting a little bit slower this time. I think everyone's trying to find their way out of the virtual coffee rooms. It's like a normal conference. There's always some people left by the coffee machine because they woke up a little bit later than the rest of the people. Having good discussions, perhaps. But some were quite fast because I see caffeinated coming up here. 20 people already in there, good. And good is the main word here. Interested, positive, great. High expectations. Well, that's difficult. Hopeful, excited, still great, relaxed, that's good. That's good that you can be relaxed during a almost full day virtual meeting, right? Feeling good with 5 O's. Curious. I need another coffee. By the way, no one will notice if you move really quickly to your coffee machine if you're doing this from home. As long as you're back very fast and a bit more caffeinated, a bit more energetic, then it's fine. Okay, I think we're getting there. The winners are great, positive, good, excited, interested, and happy. And that's exactly where we need you to be, because next up, we're going to see some input that goes right into our customer centricity theme. We're going to listen to some videos made by real customers. So please listen carefully and enjoy the videos.
The global pandemic has been a shock to our business, causing us to adapt in ways that we would not have thought of a year ago. Looking at the 2020 year-to-date results, while service business has remained strong, new equipment sales and rental have been negatively impacted.
Bueno, a mediados de enero iniciamos monitoreando cómo venía desarrollándose esta enfermedad que inició en China. Y esto nos permitió ver cómo se comportaron las empresas y países, qué acciones tomaron y de cuáles en ese momento fueron efectivas y cuáles no. El primer caso que llegó a México fue a finales de febrero y la primera muerte fue a mediados de marzo. Para este entonces nosotros habíamos ya decidido tener un plan en el cual a través de los directivos y el servicio médico se desarrollaron ciertas estrategias con la poca o mucha información que teníamos en ese momento. Al día de hoy, de los 2.500 empleados que somos, en estos meses hemos tenido 53 casos confirmados, de los cuales hay al día de hoy 12 activos y 41 compañeros que se han recuperado.
Global pandemic has brought us uncertainty and volatility, as well as a moderate decrease in sales, putting a stress on the different teams.
首先呢，从2点谈一下，一个是整车方面带来的巨大困扰。一方面呢，由于本次疫情啊，那个客户拜访这里呢无法实现，所以影响跟客户的进一步交流和沟通。第二点呢，就是售后服务方面的影响比较巨大。一个是配件方面呢，有时无法及时的到达客户现场，交通，这里呢受到多重的管制。再一个，服务人员无法到达客户现场，服务人员呢也经常被阻隔在外。
I have to say that COVID-19 really changed our private and business life. We invested in, and we are keeping on investing time and resources to create and keep high awareness and to protect us and our team and to grant business continuity.
Going to the second question, we have strengthened the treasury position and implement more flexible culture if possible, trying to increase communication channel with our clients and support them where we could.
Bueno, algunas de las acciones que tomamos fueron las siguientes. Número 1, comunicar al personal de qué se trata esta enfermedad, la tasa de mortalidad, evitar que tengamos ese miedo o pánico de que si nos infectamos vayamos a morir. Sin embargo, concientizarlos de la responsabilidad que tenemos para no adquirirlo y cómo podemos hacerlo. Es decir, tomamos acciones que estaban avaladas por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Uno, que era tener la sana distancia. Número 2, parece muy sencilla, pero es la higiene extrema, el constante lavado de manos, el uso de gel antibacterial y el estornudo de etiqueta. También implementamos el que sea obligatorio utilizar el cubrebocas dentro de las instalaciones. Algo más es reportar si tuviste algún síntoma, si tienes algún síntoma o tuviste algún contacto con alguien que había dado positivo. Otro que es muy importante, creamos una línea que le decimos la línea COVID 24/7. Hay un equipo de médicos respaldándonos donde nosotros reportamos si tenemos algún síntoma y ellos nos van llevando de la mano para tener esta evolución, van monitoreando el caso de cada uno de los compañeros que han presentado síntomas y van descartando si es enfermedad COVID o si ellos por la prueba ya pudieron saber si tienen la enfermedad. El otro también muy importante y creo que llegó para quedarse es el trabajo de home office. La mayor gente o la mayor cantidad de compañeros que pueden utilizar su herramienta, su equipo de cómputo y sus actividades lo permiten trabajarlas y desarrollarlas desde su casa, lo están haciendo. Y esto ha evitado que tengamos conglomeraciones en las sucursales y que tengamos este esparcimiento de la enfermedad. Otra es el uso de las herramientas tecnológicas como el Zoom, como el Teams, que nos ha permitido a lo largo de estos años, a estos meses, tener un mayor contacto. Otra de las acciones que tomamos para evitar la propagación y para el cuidado del personal fue que evitar que el personal vulnerable ante esta enfermedad asista a la oficina y pudiera hacer su trabajo desde casa.
Thermoscanners, social distances, on working, different DPIs, how to respect and better share the common space and the common working environment. I expect that this improved practice and skill will be part of our future.
一方面呢，我们针对这次疫情的特殊性，加强了人员的管理，也出台了多项的疫情防控措施，调整了工作的方式方法，加大了3D 库存的存储，应对了各种紧急的情况。另外，加强了我们全员的健康的这个记录，全员健康各方面的管理，从这个设备设施、装备上各方面给员工一个有力的保障。同时呢，也告诫员工尽量少接触外界的其他人员。我们出去到客户这里呢，都是自己开车到现场，尽量少跟客户外界人员接触。
In response to the pandemic, we've enhanced our focus on expense management and liquidity. While short-term revenue impacts are tough to deal with, the sharpened focus, strengthened customer relationships, and gained efficiencies leave Briggs Equipment in a very positive short, mid, and long-term outlook.
I don't expect this emergency to be over before 2021, and something may always happen in the next future as well. So whatever we are developing now in terms of awareness and protection is good that will keep on be part of our routines in order to protect us in the near future as well in case of need.
As the transportation market in the U.S. has become more chaotic, we appreciate the increased flexibility to manage the demand spikes.
No hay una vacuna y esto está afectando a nuestro país de forma directa, ya que hay una medición nacional por estado y este se llama el semáforo COVID-19. Pero cuando se encuentra el semáforo en rojo, restringe las actividades económicas del día a día y esto sigue afectando. Es decir, en este año la industria dio un freno total y sobre todo en la industria automotriz, en puertos, la industria metalmecánica, minera, entre otras. Esto nos lleva a pensar que la recuperación de la industria y de la economía a ritmos del año pasado, 2019, podrá tardar un par de años. Como ejemplo de esto, el movimiento de los contenedores en la República en el 2020 ha disminuido un 12.5% respecto al año pasado. Factores como el tipo de cambio y la depreciación de nuestra moneda respecto al dólar o al euro han afectado.
Kalmar is one of our strategic partners and almost the sole equipment provider in terms of reach stacker and forklifts. And the working space, the cabin, and how to share this working space among our drivers has been one of the most critical issues that we had to face. I guess that in the future, developing different materials, tools, which may provide inside the cabin guaranteed a safer or a protected environment from the different user, may be one of the developments that COVID-19 may induce in the new and in the future Kalmar equipment. This may be one of the expectations that the market may have by Kalmar as well.
现在卡尔玛公司对我们的支持力度各方面还是蛮大的。由于客户经营方面的压力增大，所以资金呢，回款方面呢面临巨大的压力。一方面呢，希望呢就是账期方面呢能给予一些宽限。接下来呢，随着疫情的好转，在销售推广和方面呢，就给予指导和支持。另一方面，在服务人员的技能和能力提升上面方面，希望呢就是在培训和规范上给予支持和指导。
Bueno, número uno, requerimos regularización de tiempos en la entrega de repuestos y de maquinaria, ya que con todo este descontrol tuvieron algunos delays y esto ha tardado un poco más de lo normal. Número dos, y parece muy sencillo, pero es seguir aprovechando estas herramientas tecnológicas y aprovecharlas a nuestro favor. vamos utilizando este tipo de herramientas como el Zoom para dar mayor capacitación a nuestra fuerza de ventas y darles actualizaciones de modelos, aplicaciones, nuevas tecnologías, etc. Y no pasar por alto y dejar de lado a la gente de taller, a todos los técnicos. Sin embargo, creemos que podemos aprovechar y tener capacitaciones por parte del fabricante Kalmar para seguirlos capacitando y llevarlos a un nivel superior del cual ya están, para que cuando salgamos de esta, salgamos con esta fortaleza. Número 3, solicitamos la ampliación en días de crédito, de los cuales hemos venido trabajando ya. Esto con el fin de poderlo reflejar a nuestros clientes y que esto ayude a mejorar los negocios y que estos se puedan dar más fácilmente.
Having the right manufacturer partner is just as, and I would argue, even more important in the slow times as it is during the good ones. Examples of that support include continued improvement on aftermarket parts fulfillment and flexibility in truck build slotting.
Les mandamos un saludo muy afectuoso desde México y esperemos vernos pronto.
Thank you, and thank you for your time, and be safe.
Thanks for asking my contribution, and have a good day to all of you.
Welcome back, and of course a big thank you to our customers taking the time. We're going to reflect a little bit around what was said through the videos, and in order to do so, we are going to need your help as usual. And we will again have a Menti that we're going to use as background for that. So again, go to menti.com on your phone, on your browsers, and the question is, what are our customers expecting from Kalmar? And while we are doing that, I'm going to welcome Stefan back up here so that we can do the reflection together, if that's okay. Welcome, Stefan.
Thanks a lot, Matthias. Great. Interesting reflections there from the customers.
I think so. I think so. They have been going through quite rough times as well.
Absolutely, and sometimes even more so than us.
I think oftentimes more so than us being sort of the next step in the value chain there. But I also felt a lot of appreciation for the support that they have received so far. So that was positive.
Positive.
So here's what our people think about the expectations from our customers. Still a lot coming in there, but the categories are accurate and reliable delivery of equipment, availability and online ordering of spare parts, new services, training, flexibility in payment terms, proactive support and service. Mm-hmm. So we have more than 40 answers already, and I think the biggest category is proactive support and service. Any reflections around that?
Well, I think that's what we set forth to do during the COVID, during the biggest peak of the COVID crisis, being really active with our customers. But we can never be enough. I mean, there's always opportunity to do even more so. And remember that this is the time where loyalty is forged. This is the time when relationship goes beyond merely being transactional. You actually help each other. So this is absolutely a core thing, and I think we've done great, and I think the videos also describe that. But let's try to figure out new ways. And once again, how do we learn from the ones that were really successful so that we all learn from that and kind of take a step up?
Very, very good. I think it was said, that made some notes here, that how can we support in terms of safety in the cabin to avoid contamination, How can we support with guidance and training on how to operate safely, how to keep people safe? So it's kind of boiling very strongly now into the safety theme, more so than when we met a year ago in Algeciras.
Absolutely.
They weren't talking that much about safety at that point in time.
Safety was something you had to pull out of the customers then. They had it in the back pocket, but it wasn't a thing that they really wanted to talk freely about. But now for sure it's been so obvious. And here I think what we need to do is step up and standardize safety solutions that we can spread out over the organization and be really, really efficient with it. It's a help to the customers. And I know, like we often talk about the Spanish service team, that they developed some local developed solutions, but to actually try to certify that and try to get it out on a global scale.
I think that's particularly interesting because it goes right into our strategy and the things that we think are important and that we consider as important contributions to the world from our point of view. But the other thing is it also goes right into customer centricity. So how do we now sort of take the feedback that we're getting? How do we leverage that into actual solutions faster than anyone else?
Exactly. It's all about that. Then it's about the speed and the flexibility. Yeah, I think we need to set up a little bit more muscle into the organization that needs now to develop this into standardized solution and then bring it out through the different channels that we have now, virtual meetings, etc. And I think we've done great on that. But just taking those ideas, standardizing them, communicating them out, and obviously there is different legislation in safety in different countries, and then adapting it to that. That's really key. Collaboration.
Exactly. And we don't want to empty the full plate because we are still going to listen to the focus areas. We're going to go really deeply into customer centricity. But one thing is quite intriguing here that I think is flexibility in payment terms. What do we do about that one?
We do have a great effort where we are designing financing plans and different lease plans, etc. So I think we do have a great strength there, but do we utilize it enough? Do we bring it out enough? And obviously, yes, they are all of a sudden sitting there with a lot of our equipment on their yard. And the customer don't offload that because the customer don't need them in the short run. And we need to help our close partners and customers with that. And I think we do have the instrument, so let's just sit down at the drawing board and get that out to the customer. We have it.
Exactly. So even there we can help.
Absolutely.
Good. I think the third category here was availability and online ordering of spare parts. How do you see that one?
Well, Thomas and the team, they have done a great job here. We are around 40% of all the parts are delivered now through e-commerce. So that's a great number, and it just keeps on going up. And obviously, the pandemic is really moving it in that direction. What we need to do, though, however, is to see what are we behind on, what parts are missing. And then comes also the long-term work, standardization, world-class supply chain, reducing number of parts, part numbers. It's a long road to do. But whenever there is a really important part missing, we need to escalate it and really make sure that we all know and we can pull together and deliver that part quickly.
And perhaps that is related not only to spare parts, but also the accurate and reliable delivery of equipment. I think it was even said that in the future, more speed in delivery will be important. And I guess that was right down into world-class supply chain,
I felt pretty content when I heard that and saw that. I mean, if we can deliver and when we can deliver in half the time, it's going to be so much easier. Some of those machines that are sitting now idle, they would probably not have been ordered. It sounds like a problem for us, but by the end of the day, when we can help our customer, we help ourselves. Let's never forget that. So it's better that we don't build and produce that equipment too early. We do it when they really need it. Exactly. That's the most important thing.
Exactly. Good. There was also one particular point that I took out from there, and that was leveraging digital tools and technology. they were really asking for that.
Yeah.
I think Lasse was pretty happy to hear about
He
that.
was pretty happy, and I think we're all happy to hear that. I mean, we are the leader in digital tools and the connected machinery, etc. Now we just need to take more steps ahead on that. You know, I really believe that the equipment itself can order its own service, its own spare parts, etc. automatically. We are close to that.
Yeah.
And then the machines will know, hey, I have so much work to be done, this is how much I did, and this is the equipment I need to safely operate, and that goes automatically. And then we can optimize it, and you know what? Then we will get a bigger part of the spare part bag that is out there. Today we get about 20%. With that, maybe 60, who knows?
That is a nice vision for us. And I think, you know, just listening to all those testimonials there, I think this area has also speeded up, even though, of course, the times have been difficult. But a lot of people are now thinking about how can we do things remotely? How can we do things virtually? How can we do things in new ways we haven't done before? And I think that might be something that is going to stay even though the situation normalizes. So what do you think?
Absolutely. And look at the Bromma team with their remote commissioning. I mean, obviously, they have to travel the whole world, and all of a sudden that wasn't possible. They had put it together, and they then get that functionality out where they can remotely help commissioning spreaders. I mean, it's just such a big value for a customer. Instead of saying that when can you come and how do we do it, they actually do it digitally. They virtually can be there.
Thank you very much. So, you know, just summarizing it, I think we heard things that were going right into customer centricity. How do we come up with the new solutions for the new needs, or perhaps not new needs, but more important needs right now? How do we gain speed in delivery right into world-class supply chain? How do we leverage digital tools and technology? And of course, how do we do it, right?
We all do it through collaborating. We have to work together.
Exactly.
That's the basis of all of this.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I think it's time for us to start going a bit more deeper into the focus areas. Are you ready?
I am absolutely ready.
People online are ready?
Yeah, they are ready. Yeah, you see them?
Yes.
Kinda, they are there.
I do. I feel them. I feel them.
Good. I also feel them.
Good. And we have chosen a great pair to open up the stage today. We are going to have Lasse here in Helsinki. Please join the stage.
And I will get off.
Yes.
See you later.
Welcome, Lasse.
Hello, Matthias. Good to see you.
So who's going to be your partner today?
Oh, it's going to be lovely Gina from Florida.
Hello,
Good morning,
Gina.
Hi, everyone.
Very nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Very good. Are you ready to kick off the presentation?
I'm ready.
Then I'm going to leave the stage to you guys.
Perfect. Thank you, Matthias. Great. And welcome to our exciting session about the #1 focus area in KAMOS Strategy. That's technology leadership. And as said, my name is Lasse Eriksson. I'm heading the technology function in KAMOS and been there since actually December last year.
And I'm Gina Lopez. I'm leading the Terminal Tractor Division for Kalmar Mobile Solutions. 2020 has been an exceptional year for all of us. For the Lopez family, we haven't done much traveling, but we did manage to celebrate a couple of major milestones. The top left picture is a snapshot of my husband, Jamie, my daughter, Samantha, and my son, Dallin, right after a Super Bowl victory for the Kansas City Chiefs. That was 50 years in the making. And though we weren't able to fly anywhere, we did manage to take a road trip to the Florida Keys. And here we are posing in front of the harbor, fully masked to be safe.
It looks like, Gina, that KAMOS leadership team members are empowered and energized by traveling and with their families, actually. It looks like that. In every picture I see a lot of family pictures. So for me as well, I mean, if you look at the top right, picture. That's me and my family, of course, in Rome 1.5 years ago. We, by the way, love Italy and Rome in particular. And actually, the bottom right picture is from this year. It was just before the COVID hit, and we were fortunate enough to have a great milestone in the family. My wife turned 25 again, and we spent a lovely week actually in Miami, Key West, Orlando, just almost at your neighbor, Gina. But then there's another picture actually in the middle. Should we say something about that one?
Well, I think we should. So this picture was one of the last times that you and I saw each other face to face, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I guess we could summarize the day by saying that we really made a connection.
Oh yes, we did. And if you want to hear the full story, I recommend definitely that you talk to Seppo about this one. Seppo is a great storyteller, and there's a great story behind this one. But let's not use the time here for that. Let's jump on to the topic, actually.
Yes, so today, Lassi and I would like to talk to you about some of the new developments in the technology space. And we want to explain to you how those new developments are impacting our industry, what we're doing to respond, and what we plan to do in the future. So Lassi, what can our eager listeners expect to see today?
Well, we will of course share a bit more about the background. Already Stefan told quite a bit about it, but we will link a little bit the mega trends and the customer needs into our technology focus areas. And then obviously we will talk about the achievements. There are actually plenty of those ones, despite the hard and heavy year that has impacted all the development for sure. And then let's look at the direction where we are heading and where we are moving. And then we will give some concrete next steps, what you can expect from the technology development in KAMOS in the next one and a half years moving forward. And then, of course, we'll summarize at the end. So, Gina, let's get going. And why don't you take the background to start with?
I would be happy to. So if you recall from Stefan's presentation earlier today, he talked to us about the global megatrends that we're seeing around the world and how those are impacting our industry. And he also explained to us that every 5 days, someone in the cargo handling industry dies. This is impacting our customers' needs. It is increasing their adoption of eco-efficient solutions, automated solutions, digitalized platforms, and it's shifted their focus significantly on safety. So if we look at some of the key drivers for our customers' changing needs, and first we look at eco-efficiency, there are really 4 key areas. There's a rising public sentiment that companies should have an eco-efficient agenda. There is an increase in legislation passed around the world. Some examples would be the Paris Climate Agreement and the European Green Deal. The third factor is investors. They've taken notice and they recognize that eco-efficient business is good. And lastly, our customers are experiencing the same pressures that we are, and their customers are as well. So they're driving the eco-efficient agenda throughout their organizations, and it impacts the entire value chain. But lastly, maybe you could tell us about automation and digitalization, and what are the key drivers there?
I'd be happy to share that one. And personally, of course, I feel very excited about the automation and digitalization areas, and of course, electrification as well. But automation it's not there just for the exciting things. There's obvious customer needs and values that it brings. And we try to summarize those ones on this slide. And obviously, we talked about safety quite a bit. And when you're in the position, you're actually able to take the driver away from the actual operations in the fleet. So that obviously will give some safety benefits. It's also helping the machine to be operated in a smoother way. So it's in addition, it will be avoiding accidents. It will be about the operator's safety. But then there's also the cost side of things. Customers are looking for reduced cost in operation, and obviously well delivered automation solution can bring also those cost benefits. And then it's about the productivity. It's about the better performance for the full operation. So that's obviously on top of everything. So it's a lot of benefits coming through automation. Then if you look at digitalization, and personally I must say that I've been working in this field for all the 5 years that I've been in Cargotec and Kalmar. And I can say that I can just emphasize what was basically said before already, that definitely during the COVID crisis, the benefits of this investment that we have put into digitalization are coming true and to our benefit. Customers are requesting more of these online solutions. They are requesting more remote support, remote commissioning even, as we heard. So these kind of services are very much enabled by digitalization. We talk about the customer benefits here, so it's about the real-time operational decisions that will be based on real-time data, not just a report that somebody created out of the last month's or last week's or last day's performance, but it's real-time information that you get out of the operations. And then you can even apply some predictive modeling on top of the data in order to actually make decisions for the future based on the predictions where the future will be. Service and operations very much utilizing digitalization in various ways. We have been connecting. I mean, Stefan just painted a picture about the machine ordering itself, spare parts for the next maintenance, scheduling the next maintenance, etc., etc. We have actually foundation built for that already. So that is triggering in a way, of course, benefits for us, but definitely benefits for the customers, as all these kind of unnecessary, let's say, admin work around planning these things moving forward will be reduced. And then it's about safety and sustainability, safety of the drivers. We are able to track the drivers better and inform the customers which of the drivers will need, for instance, safety trainings. And it's about sustainability. Which part of the fleet should the customer use in order to have more sustainable operations? And here we have done a lot of work around fuel performance guarantees and such. We will address those in a short while. So basically, this is how we see the benefits coming through from the customer's perspective. And then, of course, now it's a good time to summarize the background shortly, but an element is still missing, and that's actually what we promised last year in the strategy session to deliver around technology.
That's right, Lasse. So let's talk about what we promised last year. In Algeciras, we talked about these 3 focus areas, and we said that we would be delivering some key deliverables during 2020. From the electrification perspective, we said that we would be expanding the electric terminal tractor offering to markets outside North America. And we also said that we would make advancements in our charging technology. And lastly, we said that we would be rolling out digital training platforms so that we could reach more customers about these new technologies. From an automation perspective, we said we would automate a terminal tractor, and we said that we would develop a remote control reach stacker. And for digitalization, we said that we would be introducing Kalmar Insight to the world. We would roll out a My Kalmar portal, and we would be launching a Broma spreader monitoring solution. But I think it's also worth mentioning here that we said we would establish a new technology function in order to synergize our efforts across KAMOS. And of course, Lasse, that's where you come in. So in summary, our customers' needs and expectations are changing. This is impacting our industry. It's increasing the adoption of eco-efficient, automated, and digitalized solutions. And it's increasing our customers' focus on safety.
Very good. And now I think it's time to move on and look at some of the concrete achievements that we've actually delivered through the year. And if I look at the kind of summary slide here, I can just maybe say first that I'm at least super excited about the kind of the outcomes that the whole organization has been able to deliver during the year. Everybody knows we've had some hard times, and we have had some hard decisions on some of the projects that we need to kind of put some things on hold. But still, if you look at the outcomes and deliverables, I think there's a lot of good things, good deliverables that have come out of this work. So I'll just pick a few of those to give some examples. Let's start with the first picture there. You can see a container charging solution developed by FLT. And here the trick is that this is targeted to the customers that are moving from, let's say, non-electric to electric machines. And the challenge they may have in this case is that they are lacking the infrastructure basically where they can do the charging of the batteries. And in this case we talk about lead-acid technology, which requires basically a separate room for charging typically, and with the ventilation, for instance. So it's an infrastructure cost. And this charging container solution, it's really to help and assist customers to move faster to electric machines. And the concept is relatively simple. I mean, it's a container with the 4 charging slots basically for batteries, and this can be delivered to the customer's yard, and the customer can basically start using that immediately after connected to the grid, of course. So this helps customers to adopt electrification basically from that perspective. So great example of progress in electrification area. Bromma spreader monitoring system was mentioned already. This is in the area of digitalization, obviously. The solution provides the customer the opportunity to monitor, of course, the spreader fleet, and also not just the KPIs in general, but in a way also have an indication of the spreaders that need attention next. So basically some kind of health index that is presented to the customers through that service. Bromma team has done a lot of work together with the customers to get the pilots done properly this year, and then through this kind of customer engagement program to move to actually the real business with this one, and the first subscriptions have been taken place with this service. So great job done, and it's moving nicely ahead. Then, in general, how we use the data and what can we develop on the data. I think the fuel performance guarantees are a great example of that one. So you probably remember we have had this for eco-reach stackers for a while, but this is now extending to both to electric forklifts, for instance, performance guarantees in terms of energy usage, and then terminal tractors as well, as we have seen in some of the news today, for instance. So a lot of good stuff moving forward in this area as well. And then comes connectivity. Connectivity is definitely an enabler for many things in digitalization. There's been a long journey that we have introduced a new platform to actually the whole Cargotec, which covers the hardware in the machine, the software, and the cloud solutions, and telecommunication, and everything globally. So it has been rolled out already more than a year ago. But of course here, maybe Gina, you would have exciting news to share in this context.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So starting from model year 2021, all terminal tractors will be 100% connected.
Perfect. That sounds really good, because this data is the foundation for all our services, and you know, for our own business intelligence as well. We have been following this customer activity levels through this data during this year as we've had the COVID crisis. So this is very essential for us, but of course, more and more we want to build business around the data and how it's connected to the customer's operations. So let's just make sure that happens. Then there's a lot of other achievements this year. I mean, just some highlights there on safety side. Electronic stability control for terminal tractors coming out now in January. In automation, we have made a good progress. We have initiated the development of the robotized terminal tractor that is moving ahead. And we have good plans around the remote control reach stacker as well. And we'll be seeing activities around that one moving forward to next year. In Kalmar XP, Experience is the sales application where we use augmented reality technology to actually to allow our customers to see through a tablet basically how the forklift would look like in their operation, and also play with some options there. So it's basically a sales tools that using the technology in a nice way. And finally, already mentioned MyParts usage. On service side, the spare part online share of the spare part sales is growing from 30 to basically 40% during this year. So it's amazing achievement, of course, driven partially by the COVID crisis, but also the hard work done in the service organization to drive that further. So in summary, as said, I see a lot of exciting, good outcomes and achievements this year in all our, let's say, strategic focus areas in technology. And I'm very proud of these achievements moving forward. So this is looking actually really, really good.
Thanks a lot, Lasse, for covering that. Those are some great achievements. And I know that we are just getting started. So if we look ahead to our direction and our strategic focus area of technology leadership, we recognize that we need to respond to our customers' changing needs. And we need to fast track our development. Speed to market is critical. So we are committing, in order to speed up our development of digital, automated, and eco-efficient solutions, to investing 50% more in technology development moving forward.
That sounds quite good, and that's a great first step, I would say. And maybe we heard today that maybe in the future that could be even more.
Yes, I heard that too. So with our direction in mind, Lasse, maybe you could talk to us about what we have planned next.
Great, I will do that and summarize shortly. We're a little bit running behind the schedule. So as next steps, and here we talk about the time frame of 1 year, 1.5 years moving forward. So what we will do in all these areas is in electrification, we have our 3 major NPD projects, new product development projects, to come up with, let's say, the full electric offering to the market by the end of next year. We are in terminal tractors, as you know, we are already working with the 2nd generation machine, which will be more like a global solution then in that side. In reach stacker business, we're looking into developing the first ever, electric reach stacker for sure, and demonstrating that actually by the end of next year to public as well. And also on the forklift side, which has been, of course, for a long time, the light and the medium ranges have been already electrified. We will then continue also with the heavy end and continue that in conjunction with the reach stacker project. So all these three major initiatives continue, and you can expect those to be announced also publicly then later on as we move forward. An important area here is also charging solutions. So we will also look into, for instance, automated and conducting fast charge solutions to build relevant offering to our customers in total. In automation, we continue with our plans. There's nothing wrong with those ones. We want to speed up that one. We will come up with a robotized terminal tractor and present that to the markets. We will also move ahead with the remote control reach stacker as discussed. So we will be happy to share that and show off that one to the market later on next year. And then we'll also look into the whole business model around this one. So in a way, how to package the offering in the right way. What is the business model that we actually deliver with what we deliver these solutions to the market, etc. So a lot of work to be done still in this area. In digitalization, some highlights. My Kalmar customer portal, definitely an important element in our offering. Consolidating more our digital offering into one single channel, a real customer portal through which our customers can interact with Kalmar. And then rolling that out next year. And then, for instance, Kalmar Insight, we continue with the North American focus there to the dealers. And we have been creating actually that offering and now rolling that out to the market as well. And same goes with the case management for dealers. That's in the rollout phase as well. An important area also, we will continue with this different kind of, let's say, performance guarantees development. We start from these fuel performance guarantees. We move towards availability. We look into the concepts around predictive maintenance, which are enablers for availability. And ultimately, that will lead into more, let's say, performance-based guarantees and agreements with our customers. Then, another area, which was a little bit touched in the previous talks, But we will put more and more effort into standardization and modularization, and this deserves its own talk. So basically, this refers to the fact that we have not been super good in looking at the kind of the components and harmonizing them across the different divisions or even within a division. So a great example that the work-life supply chain and the standardization stream have done, they have analyzed a lot where are the biggest opportunities, and they have identified, for instance, for beacon lights, tens of different variants that we are having. And you can imagine what that means from the, for instance, service business perspective. So you need to kind of maintain and have available all these different variants and models of a beacon light, which should be a rather standard component, actually. So the team has identified there, basically, they have put on the table a multi-million saving opportunity and productivity improvement opportunity. So that is something, of course, we want to work on and develop further to gain actually that money and further enhance our productivity in this area. So to summarize, next steps, a lot of actions. We maintain and keep our 3 focus areas as they have been defined: electrification, automation, digitalization. We have clear plans in every one of them with the focus on delivering value and delivering products, new products and offering to the market. And we lift this standardization and modularization basically as another topic that we will drive to enhance the productivity of our, let's say, whole operation in that sense. So that's in the summary.
Thank you, Lassi. And now we're coming to the end of our presentation today, so let's just take a look back at what we've covered. So the background for today's presentation was that our customers' needs are changing. And we've achieved quite a lot despite a global pandemic. Our direction is to speed up our time to market by increasing our investment in technology development. And we remain committed to having a 100% electric portfolio to choose from, robotizing our mobile solutions, and enhancing our customer experience through digital platforms. And I, for one, am very excited about this future. And of course, this is only possible when we collaborate together. And we collaborate across divisions, we collaborate with our customers, and of course, with our technology partners. So in closing, we hope that you're as excited about the progress in technology development as we are. And though we have plenty of opportunities ahead of us, our commitment to making significant leaps in the coming years will ensure a very bright future for Kalmar Mobile Solutions.
So, thank you for joining our session, and I hope you feel really reloaded. Thank you.
Thank you, Lasse. Well done.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Good.
Good.
Energized, yes.
Good. You're almost off the hook. Except for all the promises you guys were making.
Oh, yes,
there,
yes. Now we have work to do.
Yeah, of course. Very good. Thank you. Very interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing all of that being realized. And of course, we are a very technology-driven company, so I think everyone else is looking forward to these advancements as well. We're going to now start a drill that we're going to use for all the presentations, which is called Menti. Big surprise. But we're going to have 2 questions that we start with. So please go into your Menti again. And the first question is, I find it clear why and how this focus area will enable future success for KAMOS. Is it clear to you guys?
Yep. I know the answer.
Gina, do you know the answer?
Yes.
Right answer, thank you. We have a very positive first 10 people here. Everyone says yes. 12 yes. 15 yes.
But it's still the rest, the 100 people still not answer, so.
Yeah, they're just being polite.
Yeah, I think so. No, this is
Did we put
amazing.
them to
Yes.
There is one no. We have one no. There always has to be someone who doesn't quite get it yet, because then you still have some communication needs there.
Oh yeah.
Very good, but I think it's fair to move on. I think this one seems to be quite energizing, quite clear to people what it's all about and why it's important for us. So right now 62 yes and 2 no's. I think we can move on to the next question. So I feel comfortable communicating and explaining this focus area further into my team. So not only do you have to now understand it yourself, but you actually have to be able to convey the message further. Because at the end of the day, it's not enough if all of us 120 people here understand the message. We need everyone to understand why this is important.
Yeah, I think, of course, it's a challenge. There's a lot of details, a lot of content, a lot of everything. Yeah. So I wouldn't expect that this is easy to kind of deliver the message as such. But at least on a higher level, it's the package is there.
We still have 40 people now saying yes, 15 people saying they still need a little bit more help. Yep. What do you think about that? What kind of help would that be? Gina?
Well, I think that we could probably assemble some communications that might help support some further communication throughout the organization. I think that's something that we can do pretty easily.
Exactly. And I think for all of these focus areas that we're now talking about, again, if you remember what Stefan said, this is not about cascading strategy. It's about having an inspiration and then creating their own strategies in every part of the organization in their own setting where it makes sense. So parts of this may be more relevant for some than for others. Again, so that is really, really important in terms of making strategy happen, is that we as leaders are able to translate the most relevant parts into something that is inspirational and makes sense in the everyday world that we work in.
Exactly.
So let's take some questions then. Oh, this is a long one. A lot of the new development, automation, electrification, digitalization, is aiming at reducing the equipment failures. How does the service business look in the future as maintenance work is not there in the current scale?
Yes, absolutely. This is a great question, and I can guarantee this has been addressed many times with Thomas and the service organization together. And basically, we have to be clever here. We have to actually come up with new ways of building the offering. And actually, in all of these areas, we see potential for different kind of as a service type of offerings, which will in a way include not only the equipment and, for instance, the electric solution somehow or the automation solution, but actually the full service operating that, etc. So it will also extend in a way to our scope of business from service perspective. This is our thinking. This is our how we are planning to in a way address that problem, and there have been quite a few different exercises, so to say, already done around it. So definitely understood problem and issue, and then we are working on it. And of course, more and more, one element there, now that we work with the new product development, we will and have service much more integrated in that development plan and project to secure the captivity, for instance, for the service spare part business. So I think there are activities there, but we need to kind of just drive it through.
So we are creating new solutions for services as well.
Absolutely.
And you have a background in services.
Oh, so, yeah. I still remember that. Yes.
You do.
Yes.
So it's not all about new equipment, right?
Yeah, but it's a complete solution, of course, to the customers.
Exactly. And I think, on our existing equipment, we're not having 100% capture rate on spare parts. So, let's not forget about those either, right?
No.
Very good. I'm going to direct one question here to Gina. What do you see as our biggest challenge in implementing digital solutions?
I think I could say that our biggest challenge is really the ability to be able to explain the value proposition to the customers. We have different customers with different types of operations, and that is a little bit less mature at this point in time, the value propositions for those customers. What does it mean to you if you implement Counter Insight, for instance? How can that help you grow your business? Or how can that help you improve your productivity? So I think we've developed the solutions, we've developed the platform, we've integrated them onto the equipment, but now we need to go to market. And so that'll be one of the biggest challenges that I see in the near term.
Thank you, Gina. So there's a bit of work still to do. And of course, I mean, it takes time to educate the customers as well, because we have been working on this for a long time. But at the end of the day, it needs to fit into their daily operations. Sure. And well, it's another opportunity for collaborating with our customers. Absolutely. Right there.
Absolutely. Yes.
Good. Let's take a final question before we move on. What do we know about the development of automated solutions from our competition?
I can start, and yes, we do know. Obviously, we're tracking that as part of the, let's say, strategy as well as the development projects. And it's very recently that we kind of did a little bit extra effort to understand this. And of course, it depends a little bit which segments you look into and so forth. Maybe just highlighting, we've realized there's quite a lot of, let's say, new competition also in this area. New, let's say, smaller companies coming into the game, startup type of approach, gathering quite a lot of high-tech experience and really building actually great solutions to the market. So we have to take that seriously, of course, and we do understand where we stand, and we are not leading at this moment in this segment of business, the game. So let's be honest on that one. So let's speed up. That's why we speed up. That's why we want to come to the market with the right offering and start capturing actually new business.
Do you think we will be leading this one?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So there's no one coming in to eat our lunch, right?
We will eat their lunch.
Oh, that's a good place to stop here right now. Thank you very much, Lasse, and thank you very much, Gina. Wonderful presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you.
Okay. So, that was the first focus area for today. We still have 3 to go. And we're already talking about going to market, getting things implemented, getting things delivered as well. And I think that's a good bridge to welcome our guests, Stefan and Claudio, from our very own capital of Sweden, in Ljungby.
Thank you, I guess. Hello? Can you hear us, guys? Perfect. Okay, then thumbs up and let's start. Stefan.
Okay. So, my name is Stefan Hultqvist. I'm the Vice President of Forklift Trucks, and I have the pleasure of sharing with you a little bit of what we have done, where we're going, and where we will be in the future. The picture of me is something that I like to do in my spare time. It's from Stallbach Hinterglem, mountain biking in the lovely Alps, and taking a short break in order to just take a picture and a small lunch. But Claudio.
Yeah, Claudio Strobel, now 1.5 years with the company. And as you can see in this picture, I also like to be tired in my own time here. What you see is my 10th half marathon in Gothenburg, which I shared with 60,000 or more people. I look really fresh there, but I'm actually happy it's done. So the intention was to do this again this year, but for given reasons, we couldn't do that. So a lot of practice
unnecessarily. However, we got time to practice this fantastic event instead.
Okay.
So here we are, ready to present the next one. Oh, by the way, we have a new gadget here. Since we're sitting here in this fantastic environment, not like the fancy studio in Helsinki, but we also are a little bit away from the virtual stage. But we have invented now a virtual clicker. So when we're going to do this, sometimes you're going to see us clicking our slides. It works perfectly. It's really exciting. A year ago, again, in Algeciras, we talked about this. Stefan will fill this in. We're here to talk about how we can make our supply chain a competitive advantage. This is thrilling. This is something we need. A bunch of really clever people have been working the last 6 months to deliver a fantastic blueprint. We're going to be thrilled sharing that with you today. And the reason why we want you to join into this world-class transformation. It's a big thing. It's going to be a breakthrough in the market. And as we can hear from the customers, they're waiting for this, and we're here to give it to them. Right, Stefan. It works.
Okay. Now you're going to take the outline here a little bit.
Let me do the outline. So by now you guys know the drill here, but we're gonna bring you back a little bit in time, give you the background, talk about the achievements, go into direction, and then my fun part, the next steps that's going to take us the whole way, and we're going to wrap up in the end with a summary. How about that?
Sounds excellent.
Okay, let's do it
go.
then. Let's go in. Click.
Yes, the background. So, click. Let's move forward and recap ourselves. Some of you, I realize not all of you, were in Algeciras, and today we learned it was 378 days ago. There we first shared this focus area with you, with a target to cut the order to delivery lead time by 50%.
Yes.
I distinctly remember this being about silos, breaking silos, making a fundamental change, because it's a high-ranked issue by our sales teams, but also our customers. Click.
And it's like Stefan says, we're gap-eating machines. Well, we didn't have to look that far for gaps.
No.
Plenty of gaps around, and just to mention a few of them, or of course a lack of transparency, who then creates a lack of trust between the stakeholders. Lack of trust again builds up a lot of buffers. It builds up longer lead times because of this. And in the end, the working inside, as you just mentioned, is really hindering us from becoming world class. So there is no real end-to-end look, no real end-to-end ownership. This is, of course, something we have to aim going forward to really make this a competitive advantage. Clicker.
Okay. Most of you recognize it. Our products have shaped the industry. We have spent decades improving our products, taking smaller and major steps, always helping our customer improve their business. So we've shaped our industry, but we have also, in many ways, shaped our customer's business as well. But now it is time for our supply chain to do the same. It shall shape our industry.
This is the exciting part. This is what really turns me on, to make an imprint, to make a change and to start leading things in industry. And now we have the opportunity. Okay. So thrilled to do that. So let's click on the next one.
Yeah. So
let me then give you a few examples of what has happened this team up to now. What you just see here is the control tower, the first real-time application that was launched almost a year ago right now, where we can follow our finished goods basically from when they're created all the way to the end. It's real-time, so it's updated as you look at it. Gives us perfect chance to control our assets. And I'm just connecting back to Thomas' discussion about inventory. This should really help us now to remove a lot of buffers. Everyone can see this. We should be able to make this nice, lean flow lean, right?
Yeah.
Then I will show you another thing that we've done. Click. And that is the add-on, a visual line flow control, a perfect example of the first best practice made global. So This is something that was done implemented in Ottawa some years ago with fantastic results. They're spinning out machines like crazy when there's good time. Now we have taken that process and implemented, as you can see here with our friends in Stargard, but also in Shanghai. The little screen you see on top of that actually are showing the pace of the assembly line and making sure that everyone is working to the perfect pack. But also there's an opportunity for the operators to sort of hit the stop button if there is an issue on quality or delivery. The crash team comes running, they solve the problem, the line goes up again, and even better, on a weekly basis, they collect this information to make root cause and then make sure that these things never happen the second time. Now, what makes me excited is that giving this tool to everyone has just fostered them now in to do additional improvement. Now we have a team of 3 sites working together, making it even better than when Ottawa introduced it in the first place. So now we're starting to see the leverage, and it's kind of cool to be in those meetings to see how people are really excited about doing it.
Very good.
A good step forward.
Yeah.
So maybe we can do something more. What else have we done? Next one, please.
Right. So how are we delivering our solution to our customers? How do we do the pre-delivery inspection? We've spent time going through and harmonize this so that we have the same procedure regardless of the product or the country or the customer where it's being delivered, so that we do it in the same way. And thereby we increasing the quality that we are delivering to our customer and can feed it back also in a much better way compared to what we were doing before.
Only for one product, or?
No, this is covering all CTH, forklift trucks, and terminal tractors.
There's got to be only one region, right?
No, global.
Global. That's kind of the keywords here. You can see the control tower, the andon, and this one is all global.
Exactly.
Very good. Very good.
Okay. Click. Okay, but that was a little bit about the achievement.
Yes, it was.
So let's go into our direction. Where are we going? What's our strategic direction here? Well, it's simply put, making our supply chain a competitive advantage. We heard earlier today customer testaments, and we've seen it before as well. They are in an increasingly competitive and uncertain environment. And if we can shorten the order to delivery lead time by 50%, they can manage risk much better in their business, and we can do it as well. As an add-on bonus, it actually means that we can grow our business because we have a shorter lead time as well. So that's our strategic direction. But we have a rather compelling vision as well,
Yes.
don't we?
Yes, it is exactly. I mean, I kind of liked when I heard this customers saying, more or less these words. Our vision is a fast and agile supply chain that moves our business. Right? That moves our business. And being fast and agile, of course, that means that when things happen, you can adopt. Yeah. You can be proactive, and you can actually lead the industry. Yeah. So I think this is spot on. And I get a few more reasons why this is a good one. Moving the business and becoming world-class. So here's a few of them. You remember the gaps, of course? Well, this is what is happening right now. We're moving into an end-to-end solution, right? Where we basically tilt our silos, forming a tube where the liquid can run faster. So here we have flow as being the most important thing here. Also making things right the first time, every time. Quality is important. We're now going to ask everyone in this very clearly that they are setting up the quality in every single step they do, whether that is assembly or if it's an admin work or setting up the orders, to be perfect every single time, so we don't have to redo, and it becomes really clear for the supply chain what needs to happen. Together with transparency, the new tools we bring in, the digitalization is of course opening no boundaries, no borders, and we are looking at the same picture virtually everywhere. This is a perfect example of transparency. Actually, we have a virtual meeting with all you guys out there with virtual clickers, and we are able to do this, something we would not have done 5 years ago. All of that baked together then makes us a lot more reliable, a lot more predictable. Shorter, smarter processes end-to-end, clever handovers, transparency, and right first time. All of that, if you bake it together, what do we get?
We get a perfect delivery, meaning the quality is higher, takes shorter time, 50% shorter lead time, less hassle, less manual work, higher quality. I mean, I think that's fantastic.
It works for me.
Yeah.
So clicker here now, and let's go into the next step here now. And the next steps, of course, is we're going digital, we're going transparent. The world is going digital and transparent, and you have heard it from Lassie, you heard it from Stefan Lampa. This is something that is affecting us right now, and it's not just machines out there. You know, we got sensors everywhere, and going digital is something that's going to change our world and change our supply chain. Well, you know what? We want to lead that change. We want to make it first in our industry. So not just jumping on the bandwagon, we're actually now developing really state-of-the-art processes and systems that will support us. Some really nice tools. So if I can go to the next one here with some help.
So we're talking about world-class supply chain. Join this revolution. Become part of it. Help us in KAMOS realize this change. It's so important for us all that we take and carry out this change, realizing this strategic direction, our vision.
And guys, don't just join it, own it. This is a fantastic weapon, if you so like, right? Our machines have conquered the world. The supply chain will just take it another step. Let's go to the other worlds, other planets if needed. But this is a fantastic weapon. Used right, it's going to make us grow as a company.
Yes,
absolutely. So we will show you a few of the things now that is coming up from order to commissioning. And what kind of a cute machine is that, right?
Cute.
Did you put it there?
Fantastic, beautiful, helping our customers for decades.
And just for saying this, Gina, you didn't pay me enough to fix this to one of yours. He did.
No, but it's not so much about the product here. It's about the end-to-end supply chain and digitizing order management, all the way from our customer to the shop floor. We are digitizing, meaning that we are shortening the order processing time a lot. We are removing what we could call administrative errors, improving quality. But not only that, when we're doing it, we can actually shape demand. We can help customers to take a better decision than what they might be taking today. So it's really shortening the order processing time, improving quality, but also an opportunity to shape demand from our customers, guiding them to the right thing.
And this is a fantastic first step. I mean, to really build in quality at the first step, which of course is going to run through the rest of the processes now in our journey from order to handover. So if we take the next one, once the order is done, we join with our partner. And with our partners, we're making them really close. So we're teaching them best practice, which is collaboration. And sharing our schedule, sharing our assembly plans with them real time. So we will be seeing the same picture, collaborating to making that happen. So suddenly our real assembly plans, as well as our forecast, made real time for suppliers to observe and also to comment back and confirm that they can supply accordingly. So now they're living our business. We're doing this together, collaboratively as one party. That helps also the suppliers that today are reacting a lot to our volatility. Tomorrow they will see the same pictures. They can prep, they become leaner. We can drive out costs from that. We can drive out waste. And you know what? They can start delivering product and components to our supply chain line sections in real time, basically ready for assembly. So if we then take the next one, which is going to be a huge transformation, is going into our smart factories. This is where the digitalized assembly really will hit home in the new world here. But we're going to hook up all our manufacturing assembly units digitally. That means getting digital assembly drawings, getting connected tools, making sure that we, from those two parts, then can check our quality in every single step we do, record it, track and trace it, and in the end, we will have a product coming out of the digital assembly in half the time and probably double the quality as we did before. So now I'm standing here with a new finished goods, Stefan, right?
Yeah.
May I hand it over to you, please? What are you going to do with it? Next slide.
Next slide. So we are introducing digital freight tracking and tendering in order to make sure that our end customer is aware that the delivery is being made and that they can track. This will help us also to remove inventory, and all of us in KAMOS are able to see and track where the machine is and when it will be arriving, greatly improving transparency and also then collaboration. But now the machine is arriving, Claudio.
Right,
So,
and I probably should put on my service technician hat on, because again, on my iPhone I can see when this machine is coming. I've actually got a real-time GPS tracker, so it will show up in 20 minutes. I better get ready to go out there and finish my PDI. My PDI that today is done on paper is tomorrow done in an app in the same phone. So I can do the PDI. Once I hit OK, then that information is shared throughout the whole supply chain to assembly, as well as our suppliers would know if there was OK or not OK and can immediately act. This takes weeks or even months today, but tomorrow it's going to be on the push of the fingertip. And that's not all. Of course, once I'm done with my PDI, I can turn to my customer and say, would you care to fill in a survey of the handover? And by the way, can you do an electronic signature by the end here? And once they click the button there, the PDI and commissioning is done, the warranty starts, and it triggers an automat to send out the invoice automatically. All now digitized. And this is what our customer will then meet out in the field. What a change.
What a change.
So that's our journey basically from order to handover. And this is not only glimpses of ideas. We can tell you that the PDI part, this is now being tested and piloted in 5 countries in Europe. It's tested with 5 dealers in the US, and that's going on right now. The transport tracking, that's going live for piloting in Stargard in October this year. And all the others are lining up. So we not just imaginary pictures, these things are coming.
Okay. So, click.
It's a fantastic revolution, guys, as we mentioned. So what we're just taking on now is from the industry leading processes through a number of breakthrough tools, digitizing. I mean, you can see the difference from today, I hope. And also those things where we have taken out a lot of unnecessary steps, a lot of manual work, instead going into lead time reduction, really fast, really agile in all the steps. And you know what? All in all, that's going to bring us 50%. We're going to have time versus today, and with a much better quality. So this is the journey. That is the revolution we're inviting you to be part of and to do.
Sounds good.
It's really good.
Okay. Click.
Exciting. Yeah.
All
Summary.
right. Let's go into summary. What did we cover so far? Next slide, please. Click. Right. Background. 378 days ago, we met in Algeciras. We shared our findings with world-class supply chain, cutting the lead time by 50%, silo breaking, forcing us to do real change. And then we talked about all of the achievements so far. We've made several good improvements. We shared some with you in this meeting today, but not all, because we did not have time. Direction, making supply chain a competitive advantage. A supply chain, a fast and agile supply chain that moves our business. So many benefits for our customers and for us. Not so many benefits for our competitors.
That's good. So good.
And then next steps.
Yeah.
We talked about all of the changes that are coming for the remainder of this year and next year. But in the end,
it's all about collaboration, and this is where we want to reach out to you. At the end of this presentation, we need to do this together. We're asking you as leaders to join in, embrace this. It's change, and it might be painful for many people, but change is positive. We're actually giving Kalmar a real fantastic weapon to beat our competition and something great for our customer, great for the productivity. So we need your help, and we're reaching out for you, just showing what's happening now. This is in execution mode now. It's enough with these drawings, right? These things are taking place and happening right now. And you see some of the things that are in place piloting being introduced, but all of them will happen in 2021. That's when we take the step, guys. You all want to be on board. You all need to support this. Stefan, any last words before we?
I think it's right there on the slide, actually. Collaboration. Without us all collaborating, it will not happen. But when we do it, it will happen.
Get in the boat, grab a rower, and start rowing. We all need to do this together, and we're counting on you to help us do it. Okay. Thank you very much for listening in.
Thank you. Are you with us, Matthias?
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. You were having a lot of fun.
A little bit.
I mean, cutting the lead time by 50%. Finding more customers, growing the business. Isn't that fun?
Yeah, so what's there not to be excited about? I think, though, this was the two guys that I've seen that are most energetic about supply chain. I was energetic to hear. And it is one of our biggest bets, right? So you guys better deliver on it.
Oh,
we all have to deliver.
Delivering on it, but you're invited.
Oh, thank you,
Very
thank
much
you.
so.
Although I did get a little bit scared because Claudio was talking about weapons there. I thought we were all about world peace.
Of course, this is a peace weapon.
Ah, it was a peace weapon. Yeah, of course. Good. Now I get it. So, flower power. We will now go through the same drill, slightly different because you are both online there and I'm alone here, but the questions are going to be the same. So I find it clear why and how this focus area will enable future success for KAMOS. And it's the same Menti thing, so if you're not in there already, open up your browser, your phone, and give your answer.
This section, Matthias, I would like to do like Eurovision, where the votes are in Algeria.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I forgot to say, that this is Helsinki and 12 points goes to Ljungby.
There you go.
Yeah. 4 points.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I'm going to take that back because Sweden always gets so many points. So you don't really need our points, right?
Should be generous, do you think?
But you are getting a lot of points here. So we already have 28 yeses and 2 no's.
Come on, guys.
40 yes, 2 no's.
Extremely competitive. Come on, guys.
Everyone finds, we're going to put up a scoreboard later on and see who won, right?
We buy your virtual be later.
Very good. But I think, I can happily announce that almost all people think that this makes sense. This is something that will really help us sell more, help us be more productive, and it will ease the life of almost everyone in the organization. Of course, the road there, as you said, is about change, and change can sometimes be a bit painful, but it's always better when we have a positive vision, something that we are striving for. So let's take then the next question.
Can I steal 10 seconds only? I would like to thank all the people that has been part of the World Class program. There's a lot of participants from all different functions all around the world developing what you've just gone through, the changes in the blueprint. I just want to make you guys as leaders hear this. They've been outstanding and they're performing really well, really dedicated and devoted. So all my credit goes to those. So thank you very much for letting them participate, and they've done a great job. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. So everyone who feels that was directed to them, please embrace it. And it seems that we actually went from Eurovision to an Oscar gala now. Thanking everyone. Good.
And mom and dad.
And mom and dad and so on and so forth. We are going to do that once we reach the targets, right?
That's right.
Good. So I feel comfortable communicating and explaining this focus area further into my team. It's up there in your Menti again. More answers coming in. While we wait for the answers, so Stefan, do you feel comfortable about explaining this to your team?
You mean me?
Yes.
Or
no, Hultqvist.
I feel quite comfortable. I think we all recognize that we can do better, and we all also know why we're not necessarily doing as well as we could even right now without all of the breakthrough tools. So for us, it's extremely important in forklift truck to find ways to reduce the lead time on a regular basis and then reach 50%. So yeah, I feel comfortable.
Very good, thank you. Of course, this is again the part that is the most difficult one. How do we communicate it? And again, we don't always have to communicate every detail. But we have to be able to translate it into the reality of our people to make sure that it makes sense. I would encourage everyone to think about it from their own perspective, whether you're out in a support functions, out there in the market areas or in a division, what kind of change does this actually require from us? And how can we start thinking about that so we can start the emotional journey as well? And also, how can I benefit from this one?
And I think it's also fair to say that no one will be outside of this change. It is end to end. So if you feel being, this is not part of me, look again. We all have to do this change.
Very good. But in this area as well, I think it's hinting towards we can also provide more communication materials and try to crystallize the message and involve more people. That is something that we always can focus on. Let's go to the actual questions.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. And you get to decide who answers. You can just point on each other here. How are we performing today compared to the competition in the supply chain?
I can start. And in general, we are neck to neck with our competition in terms of a true order to delivery lead time. There are cases when our competitors have machine on the yard, and then obviously we are in a different position. But roughly, as everybody else, I would say.
So average.
I can also comment on how are we doing versus other industries. And I would say right now, this industry is actually lagging to some other industries. For clear reasons, we have automotive, construction, and others. We are, however, very confident that the steps we're taking will put us ahead of this industry, and in some cases ahead of other industries. That sign off, we've got some from benchmarks, we've got it from McKinsey, and we got it from some other, industry manufacturers, top-notch companies. We're really taking big steps.
But that is a great place to be, right? So, if we are lagging a bit behind different other industries, we just adopt what the other industries have been doing and we'll be ahead of our competition, right?
We will be ahead, but I think some of the things we're adding on with the collaboration part is actually ahead.
Good, thank you. I think we are starting to run out of time, so I'm going to just take a comment here. It says, no questions, just a big applause.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Oh.
So thank you, Ljungby. It was a very, very interesting presentation. We will now start moving on into the next one. So we talked about technology, about how we create new solutions. We talked about how we actually deliver those solutions to the customers. Now all we need to do is get the customer to buy them, right? And that's what these two gentlemen are going to talk to you about. So we have Seppo and Alf Gunnar. Welcome to the stage. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias. And good afternoon to all of you Kalmar heroes. Fantastic to connect with you like this, and fantastic to see all of these happy faces here. It almost feels like we have an audience here in Helsinki. So I am Alf Gunnar Karlgren, and when I'm not a TV star, I head the CCH division. And here next to me is a gentleman who don't really need a presentation, but he is a very good storyteller, so let's give him the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Alf Gunnar. My name is Seppo Heino, heading the sales and markets, and also very, very nice to be connected, be able to connect with all of you like this. And we are together here to talk to you about customer centricity.
Fantastic subject.
Absolutely.
And Seppo, you know this famous quote from Henry Ford who said, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. But what do you hear today? What does this tell you in our environment?
Yeah. You know, my wife likes horses a lot. And therewith I also like horses, obviously. But no, I don't think we want to stay there. We want to be very close to the customer. We want to know exactly what the customer needs. And then we want to also change when the customer needs change.
And that might mean that we need to know what the customers needs before they know it themselves.
Could be. And the purpose of this session is to clarify to you all why customer centricity is so extremely important for us and where are we going with that. And this is the known structure we will be following, and we start with the background. We do an annual customer satisfaction survey, so we know quite well where we stand. And we know that we are not doing that bad. We know that our competition is actually not on our level when it comes to the Net Promoter Score. Our Net Promoter Score is 28, which is quite good. But at the same time, we also know very well that we are not among the top league when it comes to this topic. Can name you a couple of famous companies operating in the similar industry than us. We have Caterpillar having a Net Promoter Score of 42, and the absolute top-notch performer in this area is John Deere with a score of 59. This is pretty good.
It's a pretty beautiful number, but it is good to be ahead of the competition. Another interesting fact that came up from this survey was that we are great at customer relationships. We are truly, truly great at working with our customers and managing the relationship. But at the same time, we're not that fantastic or great at cooperation. And even 60% of the customers were saying they want to be part and cooperate with us when it comes to product development. So obviously, we have things to improve here.
Sure. Also, another finding from the survey is that our performance is not very homogeneous, a little bit varying depending on the geography and the products we are selling in those geographies. So we tend to work in some areas very well with some products, and then in other areas not that well.
But if we put a bit of a positive mind to this is actually a great business opportunity, because then we know the best cases. We have great internal benchmarks that we could copy and paste into the areas where we are not so good. But let's talk a little bit about what customer centricity mean for us at Kalmar. And first out, or to start with, Seppo and me, we of course went out on a very scientific journey in Kalmar and asked a lot of people in all kinds of ways. And the first guy we bumped into is a gentleman called Johan Bergman, who is heading the Bromma R&D. And he made this statement, which I've actually heard so many times when I was working at Bromma. And I'll read it out loud to you. Finding out the customer's problems and solving them before anyone else. That is customer-centric innovation and the key to earn the big bucks. I think that's just beautiful, and who wouldn't want to work with this guy?
Exactly. Next quote comes from one of our most experienced sales professionals, Eduardo Prat. And what Eduardo is saying is following. Customer centricity to me is about response time. Quick actions from us set us apart from the competition and is a key factor giving us the business ahead of low-cost suppliers such as Sani. We could call him Fast Eduardo after this.
Mr. Fast.
Yeah.
And then we move over to the other part or other side of the world. We go to the beautiful country of Singapore. And from there comes this great quote from Mr. Coco, a service technician with Elvina's team. Customer centricity is about keeping to our promise by providing good and reliable service to our customers so they can trust us. Trust. And we'll be coming back to trust in a little bit here.
Yes, sir.
So then we have covered the background, and we know that being customer-centric, that's a winning formula. We know that we are all part of it, no matter if we work on engineering or in the service or on the sales or wherever we work in our fantastic company. And imagine when all of us, several thousands of people, really put our minds to it and become customer-centric. We will move mountains.
And as next, let's look into what has happened after we met last time in Algeciras. And boy, what a year it has been so far. Who would have thought about something like this? But within this global crisis, customers suffering in COVID and making our life a lot harder, we have still achieved and done a lot of fantastic things.
Absolutely. And let's have a look. So to start with, let's talk a little bit about the product portfolio. Lasse already mentioned one of the things here. On the FLT side, we have responded to new customer needs and developed really good charging solutions and also developed our own competence, and now we offer it externally as well. You have a fantastic picture on that on the left side here of the slide. In the middle, you have a beautiful terminal tractor, the KT2, where Gina's team really put attention to the European market, listened to what they needed, talked with the customers, talked with the salespeople, and then upgraded the terminal tractor KT2 for Europe. And on the right side, we have two other very beautiful machines, which I'm very proud of, and Seppo too.
Absolutely.
The fantastic 100-tonners reach stackers, and you know the reach stackers are a pretty standard product really for the containers, but here we have really tailored these products so that they also fit into other applications. And these two beauties, they will go for a wind turbine manufacturer in Vietnam.
And as next couple of examples, how have we been reacting in this crisis situation? Well, clearly the customer needs have been changing, and we have been doing fantastic work on trying to help the customer in the changing environment. So first of all, Team Spain helping the customer, first of all, with the collecting and gathering and helping them to have access to protective equipment. Our market area in Greater China, the people there helping the Team Spain to get the equipment when it was difficult in Europe to have access, getting access to equipment, cleaning products, and then offering a service to customer to sanitize the cabins of the machines, providing then a safe working environment to the drivers. So really great work. Another example is from Bromma. Because of the travel restrictions, not all the specialists from Bromma were able to travel, so they have been through video and Hangout, supporting and helping the local technicians to do commission on new products. So really good work on adapting on the changing customer needs.
And a lot of collaboration, I would say.
Absolutely.
Let's also take a look at what the customers say. So here you actually have the proof that we have been working really good and that our work has paid off. APMT, you probably know them very well, but they are of course a very challenging customer, but also a very big and important customer to us. And here on the right side, you have two very positive quotes and feedback that we have received. To start with, the KAMOS service team in Spain supported the customer during the worst of the COVID crisis, taking on extra duties. So fantastic work from the KAMOS Spain team. And then the second one here is related to Bromma. And APMT is saying, very happy with Bromma's professionalism, customer centricity, products and services. And this is absolutely amazing and
this should
fantastic.
Be carved in stone somewhere.
It should, yeah.
And then we have another example from a very important customer in industrial segment from Europe and also operating in United States, Kronospan. They had an accident during last summer when a lock stacker took fire, and of course important part of the material supply chain to the production. And our team in Germany very quickly looked after and searched for a second-hand lock stacker, and they found it from Austria. It was refurbished and shipped over to customer in no time, meaning that the customer didn't suffer on any production disturbances. And at the same time, of course, the new machine was ordered. So, imagine next time we visit this customer and want to sell something. This is something they definitely will remember.
Absolutely. It seems like Team Germany have listened to Mr. Fast.
Yeah, that is true.
All right, so now we covered the achievements and we know that we have done a lot of good things. We have developed the portfolio, we have tailored it, we have broadened it and we have sharpened it. And we also received great customer feedback that we can be really proud about. Now let's move into talking about the direction, because obviously we can do so much more, Seppo.
Exactly. And this is in short our direction and our vision. I think this is very good sentence and let's read it through. So we will get close with customers on all levels. So meaning that this is not something only for the salespeople or service technicians. This is for the whole KAMOS organization. Those who are not working directly with customers, they support the people working with the customers. And to become their trusted business partner. If we can help customer on being more profitable, more efficient on their business, that obviously gives us also great opportunity to sell our services and products to them.
Absolutely. And then we wanted to share a really good example of this. We have a great partnership example from the colleagues here in Finland. And this has taken several years of tedious work from Santtu and his team here in Finland. And they have been working on the customer at all levels, locally with the service technicians, with the operators, with the operation management, and also with the headquarters of Metsä. And after all of that work, a lot of time put in, they really understood what this customer needs, and they also gained the trust. And when they've ended up there, or when they had covered that, they could move into other parts than just the normal equipment business and the normal spare parts business. They went into operators and they went into operation management, and they really expanded the coverage of what we are delivering here. And the equipment and spares at Metsä in Kemi was around 1 million euro, and the revenue in the other areas was actually up to 1.5 million euros. So by expanding into other areas and by knowing the customer and developing this trust, they've really been able to more than double the revenue with this customer. And that's absolutely amazing.
This is if you still remember the previous slide, this is like a school class example, getting close to the customer on all levels, becoming their trusted partner. You know, I have been working with Santtu for many, many years, and this is actually, in my knowledge, the first time Santtu has read the instructions, which is pretty cool.
But it seems like he did it even before it was on a slide.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hats off to Team Finland. So direction is clear, get close to the customer. And we know that this could generate a whole lot more revenue for us. And it could actually mean doubling of the revenue. Let's now move on and talk about what we're going to do to really get even closer than we are today.
Yes. And we have some concrete actions to come. First of all, we started beginning of this year building up the key account management organization. And Jürgen Würze has been our one-man organization developing this so far. And with Jürgen's commitment and passion on working with customers, it has very well proven that this concept works. It was mentioned earlier already, I think, by Stefan about the Julport, the fantastic order where Jürgen has been working as a key account and the divisions and the market areas collaborating there. So this works. And we have decided to roll out this now globally. And when it comes to Europe, we have now chosen 5 key accounts we work with. And 2 of them are in intermodal business. It's Pertsi, which is located the head office in Switzerland. We have Metrans, located in Czech Republic. Actually interesting company where we don't have that many own machines at the moment, but a very, very good opportunity, and Jürgen will visit them in the coming weeks. First Kalmar visit for a long time. And then we have IKEA and Kronospan from the sort of wood segment, and then Julport was already mentioned. On top of that, we want to intensify our collaboration with the global terminal operators, with the key accounts working with them.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah. Second activity and action is to develop further the dealer development. So this year so far and last year already, we have been working quite intensively with this third-party sales project, building up the structure on how to onboard new dealers, how to do the screening, how to ensure ethics and compliance. Now it's time to go to the second phase when we roll out this dealer quotation tool. We will roll out dealer performance program to really follow how they are performing, and we measure and benchmark. And on the top of that, we want to recruit a global dealer manager to control and manage all this work.
I would also like to add that the dealers is super important for us. We sell a lot of our equipment through dealers, so developing this area is very, very important.
More than half of our equipment is actually sold by dealers.
No, I didn't dare to say the number. All right, but we are not stopping there. We're also going to improve customer collaboration in general. And for me, sitting in the division, it's not enough to develop products and talk to the customers when they are launched. We need to get the customer voice into our development process before we start to develop the products, or at least in parallel with our new product development. So injecting the customer voice is super important, and we're going to do this by setting up customer reference boards where we will pull in customers who are important in their industry niches and who are driving trends for the future, so we can learn from them and really inject their voice into what we are cooking at the divisions. And then the second point here is also a very important point, and something which I've been very happy to engage in myself. It's about connecting the market areas with the divisions in a collaborative way with grow meetings. And we have seen that putting the brains from the divisions together with the market areas and talk about what are the bottlenecks with our customers, what are the bottlenecks for growing, that can really unleash a lot of power to our, and put some speed to our growth.
Exactly, and the feedback from these meetings is really positive from the market areas also. I think people are very committed, they appreciate the collaboration with the division, so this is really working well.
Yeah, and we have a lot of fun too.
Absolutely.
All right, so we covered the next steps, and we know that there's a lot of good stuff coming, things that will bring us very close to the customers. And we're also coming a bit closer to the end of the presentation here, or the focus area presentation.
So let's summarize what we have been talking about so far. Customer centricity means more business to us. So it's not a fluffy thing, it's more business to us. Our customers are relatively satisfied to us, but there's so much more we can do in this area.
And we have great success stories. APMT, Kronospan, they are just examples. There's many more that we should learn from, and we should copy and paste those experiences into other parts of our organization. And then, since this is such an important area, we will go forward and continue to invest in key account management, in dealer management, and in different forms of customer collaboration.
So once again, what we want to do, what is our direction? We will get close with customers on all levels to become their trusted partners.
That could also be written in stone somewhere.
That could very well be.
And the reason for this is, of course, that we will create more profits for the customers, will create more profits for us, but it will also lead to more happy customers, and that will make life a little bit easier for us, right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, and with that, we have exactly 14 seconds left, so we managed the deadline. Maya is happy, and we're happy. I feel with energy, at least. How about you, Seppo?
Yes, very much.
So thank you for listening to us, and thank you also for all of these great achievements that all of you and the team members in Kalmar have been managed to pull through over the last 12 months.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, everyone.
And welcome up, Matthias.
Big thanks to you guys. I saw there was a lot of comments in the chat about all the great achievements that you were talking about. So people are congratulating each other there.
Okay.
So
very nice. Yeah.
And I think I'm beginning to understand what this is about now. So.
Well, that's a good sign, obviously. Yeah.
Very good. Now, I think we can go right into the Mentimeter and see if those online understand what it's about.
One yes.
100% yes, right?
Was that you?
We have one yes. So again, if you find menti.com and put in your answer, people are starting to get their answers up there. So how did it feel? Talk about customer centricity.
It felt really good, and this is not an easy topic. And you know, we had first time last year in Algeciras. I was presenting it with Thomas, I remember. But now I think we have a lot of concrete actions around it, and we also can show the achievement. So we are getting some meat around the bones. So I think.
But it was also really funny to talk to people about what's customer centricity for them, and listen to what we only brought up like 3 quotes here, but we had many more.
Yes.
And there were so many variations to the subject.
Yeah.
But of course, all of them are in the same direction. But it's so different from everyone where they are working. If you're an engineer or if you're a salesperson or so,
Exactly.
it's totally different.
Exactly. And of course, it can be different as long as you understand your own connection to your own role in the process.
Yeah.
So that's quite important.
I think that's an important thing, that sort of everyone is contributing, even though if you are not working directly with the customers.
Exactly. Very well. So you got a pretty good response
yes.
here.
All right.
69 yeses and 71, and 3 no's toward the end here.
That hurt.
But I would say it's pretty clear. It is pretty clear why this part is important. Now we're going to the challenging question, which is the next one. I feel comfortable communicating and explaining this focus area further into my team. How do you feel, Alf Gunnar?
I feel comfortable to present it. Absolutely. But I know Seppo, he has blocked a lot of time in the coming weeks, so he can assist.
That's very good. That's very good. Again, and I think it gets back to the point we talked about earlier, that how do we phrase it in each team so that we focus on what is important to them.
Absolutely.
So that is so close, as close as possible to what they're doing.
And I mean, I think it's valuable also to everyone to a little bit reflect that what is my input into this, because it's also it's highly motivating to know that how am I contributing into this.
Exactly.
And as said, everyone is in our organization.
Exactly. It's all about knowing and seeing the results of your own work and the impact of it. It's highly motivating. So we are getting the answers in here. As usual, understanding why this is important is much easier than being able to convey the message further. And that's probably because there is that translation that you need to do so that it makes sense in that reality. So we have 50 yeses and 28 no's at this point, but the majority is still positive.
Yeah, and I guess this shows that it's very important to talk about this.
Exactly. Exactly. Let's see if we get any questions up there. So first question is, can you tell me more about how we are organizing ourselves around the identified key accounts? I think that's right down your alley.
Exactly. And maybe one step back. So what we want to do is the companies we will choose as key accounts, it's important that these customers are also willing to work like this. Not all the customers want to work like this, that they want to have a central approach when it comes to developing their business with our products and also purchasing. As I mentioned, so next step, now we have started this road and the sort of the evidence is very clear that this makes sense, it works, it's beneficial. And now we want to roll it out to, let's say, to APAC, which means Greater China, Southeast Asia, Oceania, to have one person there, and then also one person working for North and Latin America. So that's in all simplicity the next steps.
And I know this is because we have had discussions already about taking this forward, and we have tried to start working in this manner, but there's so much more we can do.
Absolutely.
I think we are going to need to go to the next topic, but first, big thanks to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sure we will be hearing much more about this from you in the weeks and months to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And some virtual clapping there. 3 focus areas done. And now we're getting to the final one. Collaborating to win, which is finally the glue that is supposed to bind all of these things together. Internally with each other, with customers and with suppliers. And we have 2 distinguished speakers here. Thomas Malmborg in the studio, please join, and Petta Cederholm live from Singapore. It's getting a bit late there, I know.
Wow, great. Hello, Peter.
Hello, Thomas.
Is it late in your place now? Midnight?
Yeah, well, this is my pajamas, It's 11 o'clock in the evening. I just realized it's the first time I'm having a presentation this late at night. And you got to try something, everything once, right?
You will do it nicely, I'm sure. Yeah, and first starting a little bit, been listening now for this fantastic good presentation during the day. And we have Stefan, Thomas, we have the gaps identified. And we can hear collaboration so many times in this presentation. And that's really say something to me that we start to think, we start to act, we start to work like that. So I think that's a really, really good start. And then if I make a 360 turning around, looking behind me at all the people, really feeling that we have a engaged team on board as well. Presenting myself, Thomas Malmborg, Senior Vice President for Services. Have had the luxury to be in the company many years, and actually the luxury also to be working in different departments, dealership, sales companies, production, product lines, but also now recently services. So that's a little bit of my background. Over to you, Peter.
All right, I'm Peter Cederholm, as mentioned, currently located in Singapore. I started working at Bromma in 2007, and I've been moving back and forth between Kalmar and Bromma several times after that. Seems like no one really wants to keep me around, to be honest. I've also managed to reside in 3 different continents during those years. So an interesting journey, and managed to see a lot of it.
Good.
And today, we are actually going to tell you guys out there a bit more about how we're going to collaborate to win and why we're going to collaborate to win. So Thomas, take it away.
Yeah, I take that one. And first of all, we could hear today a lot about how are we moving from good to great. And I think we should just look back in the history a little bit and recognize what we have done. We are a company 70 years old, or even 70 plus years old. We have produced a lot of good equipment. We have provided a lot of good services, and we have fantastic people. So we are really a good company, excellent products, excellent services. Our competitors is coming closer. They're pushing us. They are really, really behind us. Our customers are putting new demands, changing their processes. So we need to move from good to great to be able to really take next step. And we believe that the only way to do this one is actually to collaborate in this one. And I'm sure this is the really, really nice touch on from moving from good to great by collaborate on top of that one. Collaboration is something we have spoken about a lot. We can hear that a lot of times, but what does it really mean? And if I ask you, Peter, what does collaboration mean for you, and how do you see that?
Sure, I'll give you an example. If you go to the next slide, that's fantastic. So this photo, some of you out there might recognize this one. It's old. It's older than I am. I'm not sure if it's older than you are, Thomas, but it was taken in 1969. And it's from the moment when the man landed on the moon the first time. So the Neil Armstrong walking on the moon event. And this is taken from the control room during that event. So, and if you look at that room, you see probably around 20-25 people working, and let's assume there's another 5 on the spacecraft, a few building it, and so on. So probably a lot of people collaborating, right, in order to put man on the moon. So Thomas, I want to ask you, do you have any idea on how many people that were actually involved?
You know, I spoke to Claudio and I asked him about how many people do you have in your end-to-end project, and got an idea of the number there. But of course, with all the suppliers, from bolts and nuts to building the spaceship, and taking these responsibilities, 45,000 maybe. Is that on the high level?
Let's add a 0. So 400,000 people were involved in putting man on the moon. I mean, that's really a great achievement, right? And the reason why I wanted to bring up this example is that I think we sometimes forget how many people are actually involved in things that we do every day. Let's take, for instance, building a forklift. That's the assembly team, of course. Yeah, there's plenty of other people in operation as well as purchasing and engineering and the service technician assisting in as well, and the salesperson. If we didn't have the sales order, we wouldn't have any reason to build the forklift in the first place. And then there are suppliers, and I mean, there's so many more people involved in the things we do than we probably think of. And all of this requires collaboration. And the better we get at it, the better we're going to be at performing what we need to do, basically. So, Thomas, do you have an example on how we do this at Kalmar?
Yeah, let's have a look at the background and start from there. So I think, Peter, if you take a look at this one and take us into the way of working.
Let's do it. So someone switched the order in the slide, or the Singapore guy mistook it. Let's forget about that. So here's an example of a sketch, a drawing from collaborative methodology that we use, the collaborative to win tool set, if you call it that. So this image, I mean, it's not that advanced or complex. It's a room, 4 windows, 4 people looking in different windows, and they will all see different things, right? And they will have their own perspective on what's going on, and this analogy applies to a lot of things that we do. Imagine one of these persons would be the customer, another one would be a salesperson, another one would be from operations, and someone else from R&D. They all have their version of what they see. And in order to fully understand the situation, we need to bring in a lot of perspectives. So in this case, for instance, all of these people, they see different things in the room, right? And they're probably going to start having a bit of conflict when describing what's inside that room, because one person sees something, the other one doesn't. And this is common also when it comes to silo thinking and those kind of problems. And normally, it's a good step to start looking at what do we see in common? What can we agree on? And in this case, everybody sees a table and 6 chairs. And they can start building trust, talking about that, and widening the image after a while and describing what they see from their perspective. And at the end of the day, they're going to have a complete understanding of what's inside that room. And this can be used on customer operations or how we fulfill our supply commitments better. It could be applied on so many things. We need to have more perspectives. It's as simple as that. So, Thomas, how do you do this in service? Do you have an example?
No, this is looks very easy, but in service we have built up our division with lifting up a lot of functions, creating a lot of transparency. We like to have the transparency to be able to have the speed to the market, and we can hear from the customer centricity that speed, delivering up on promises, this is something extremely important. So we have all our functions, I will say, in this room. But of course, by starting this work, looking into it, we start to miss out something here. So what we did recently was actually to add the market areas into our leader team, really to get the outside in perspective. And that will create a lot of added value. That will bring us to this preferred partner. That will bring us to the best supplier of services by knowing what is needed. And another example is, of course, when we do our strategy work, how do we include cross-functional to get not only our view on it, but also getting the view from others. And that's really good things. That's contributing to our success. So I think having the extended service team will help us a lot. We can hear from the market what is needed. We take in participation from all the market areas, the different regions, and of course that's one step in the absolute right direction. So we just started it up, but that will definitely bring good value to us.
Okay. And sometimes, I mean, it could be easy examples. I forgot to mention that. A very concrete example. Let's say our R&D department designs a new gadget to put on the vehicle, and it's the most fantastic thing since forever, you know. And afterwards, you ask the service technician, "What do you think about this?" And they say it's horrible because if I can't reach it with my tools, it's impossible to remove. And that's a good reason where you should have involved that perspective earlier in order to get a better understanding of the situation. So, Thomas, can you tell us a bit about the meeting methodology that we can use to put all this input together?
Yeah. So not just setting the team together here to have this kind of round room visibility. I think that's one part which is very important, of course. The other part is to have a structure in the meeting, really working on background, getting the proper information of what is the pain points, how do we work on that one, so everybody in the team get the same picture and don't have to start to think about, okay, what are we talking about? So put a lot of time into the background. Prepare yourself in providing the information to the team. And then, of course, by having the pain point, you address the question. And the question will actually be support to you how to resolve your issues. And that's, I think, very important. Then, instead of just everybody shooting out their voice, think and write. Think and write what you think could be the solutions. Put that on your piece of paper, and then you wait until the session is ready to take your kind of feedbacks. I always get a flashback when I'm coming to this kind of think and write, And I remember when I was I met Stefan Lampa and the team in Helsinki. We started this kind of working methodology. And at that time, we painted a background. We came up with this kind of questions, But then I was like exploding with my ideas, pushing like, let's do this, let's do that, And Stefan looked at me, and I was thinking, what is he looking at? And he told me, shut up. And I just felt like, oh, yeah, And then I started to think about that. But then over the time, by using this model, really think and write, put this now together, that does not only mean that you have to be patient and put your ideas on the table, it also means that you include everybody. You include the team to put their voice into this kind of solutions. So that was a lessons learned for me. It was extremely good. Quite old, but still can learn a little bit. So by doing that, then we gather the information, and then by gathering the information, we put it up on the whiteboard or in the Google sheet or on a piece of paper, and then we make kind of explanations if needed. By done that, we can then make prioritizations. And if we have a long list, does not mean that we can take everything, but we can pick something out of it and we can pause what is left and take them up for next time. So I think this is supporting us a lot. We get enough of things on the plate, we resolve them quickly, we put actions into it, and then we really set the infrastructure. So that's really something I learned a lot from that one. And I feel like these meetings are becoming more efficient. We are still in the learning phase, but it's making big difference. And of course, then you get the cross-functional participation. That's also helped further to get a broader view of it. So, yeah, right. I was pushed back a little bit, felt a little bit tough at this time, but learning by mistake, step by step.
Yeah. Sounds good. So if you move forward one slide, let's see where we are here. We have walked through the background, and it's time to talk a bit about the achievements. What have we done so far? And then we're going to move on with talking about the future and then ending up in a summary of this little concept. So achievements 2020. We had a lot of plans for this year, but then COVID showed up and travel restrictions and everything became a whole lot more difficult to arrange. And of course, we can't have face-to-face meetings. Well, although we are face-to-face now, it feels almost as normal to us, doesn't it? But during this year, we've still achieved a lot of things. So, for instance, 30 strategy arrows have been put together. And that's another of the methodologies in the collaborative to win concept, creating your own strategy arrow for perhaps your market area, or your division, or your department, and so on, to collect and know how to move forward. And we've also been able to train 40 people before the COVID-19 situation came out of nowhere. And the good thing there is that we find ways to go around these roadblocks, such as the COVID situation. And we piloted online collaborative trainings at this point, and they're going to be available as we move forward, making it easier to adapt to the current situation and being able to have these workshops without meeting face-to-face. This is also becoming a natural part of the way of working. You described a bit how you do the services. I've seen also in the KAMOS LT how we use these methodologies as we work. We use them in Roma leadership team as well. And I'm sure it's used in plenty of other places in the company as well. And so slowly but steadily, we are getting there, and this will it's going to become a natural part of how we do things. Last but not least, there are also courses and training available on the Learn platform about these methodologies, how to run meetings, and how to ensure you get all the perspectives in place. So a lot of things have been done in 2020, despite the big COVID challenge.
Yeah, no, you are right, Peter. A lot of things has been done despite the COVID situation. I think we have learned in the beginning we were able to come together, but now we are doing it online, and I think we are learning and we are taking this to next step. So let's have a look at the direction of this collaboration to win. if we look at the direction, I mean, way of working, it's very obvious that we implement this way of working right now. We include everybody. There is nobody who can sit beside and not being active in these discussions. So extremely important to have team completed, cross-functional participation. We also mentioned working with suppliers, working with customers, setting the standard of collaborating. Team development, we are different people. Some people like to take more space, some less. We need to trust the process. We need to trust each other, and we need to develop our way of working in regards to that one. So please take it step by step, be patient, and try to include everybody over the time here. So that's very important. Then we have made a strategy. And the strategy is built up on a way so everybody can recognize it. It's not like somebody mentioned 200 McKinsey slides. It's a handful of slides. It's taking us from where we are strong. It's putting the direction, and then we fill up with gaps. And I think this is also very easy to follow. A good process in that one. But don't forget to work on the activities now in the gaps identified. Put it in the Connect. Everybody can have good visibility, and that's also a strength that we share with each other, the strategy way forward. And then, of course, we communicate. Communication is key here. And how do we roll out, how do we present, and how do we secure that everybody are aware of our strategies? If you don't read it yourself, I can assure you that I will, in my town hall meetings, communicate strategies, and I'm sure the team members and others will do the same. So do that one. And one important thing in addition to that one, it's not a division or business area strategy. Yes, top is there, but we need to break it down to all the functions so we have the whole organization with this fantastic, on these pictures behind, supporting this one and driving this one. Then we will reach our targets. So that's key. And then communicating, as mentioned. So yeah, I think that's the direction. But Peter, so what is our next steps then?
Yeah, so we started out with the background and the fact that we need to collaborate better to go from good to great. We had this nice moon experiment, and let's now become a bit more concrete and see what the actions ahead of us are. So first of all, as I mentioned, this is already happening. We need to continue to use our new way of working and do that whenever we get the opportunity. And we have the Collaborate to Win ambassadors present as well in our teams to remind us to stick to these methodologies and keep working as we're supposed to. There's also a lot of planning going on now for 2021. Of course, there's a lot of people to be trained. We mentioned all the different tools, and of course, COVID again. And the couple of workshops we do have, there's a risk of having to replan them and so on. So a lot of planning going on right now. Going to continue with division and functional leadership teams at this point, and make sure that everybody gets the training on those levels so we can spread this further. And also, I think this is key for the future. We are going to go into the trainer model, because this is going to be such an part of how we work. So we can't forever be dependent on external consultants. So it's very good that we train our own people so they can spread this further into the organization for years to come as well. And I think also just around the corner, we do have a couple of face-to-face workshops. I know there's at least one in Stockholm coming up and one in Ljungby, and I know that there are others in the world taking place as well before the end of this year where travel restrictions permit. So that's good. We can finally get going again. So that said, Thomas, can you sum up a bit before we wrap things up? Yeah.
I will. Thank you, Peter. And you know, like Stefan was saying, I will spend every second I have here, right? I have 56 seconds left. Let us use them in a proper way. Good, and Maya is very happy. She's looking at me like keeping time, you know, that's good. Background, we have been discussing collaboration the whole day. I think the way for success is to collaborate, and that's key. We need to go from good to great. We are a fantastic company. We have done fantastic things. We can do even better. So let's take the history with us and let's go for it. Collaboration strategy, that's clear now. We have started to work with that one. We have done it 1 year. I think that creates good value to us. So include everybody. That's proper background of that one. Achievements, we have run workshops. We have a lot of participation live. We have done online, but we will also now in October add on a couple of workshops, but then also online workshops. So that's something way forward, looking forward to. And then, of course, planning 2021, train the trainer, and using our new way of working. That will bring us to the great company we all deserve to be and are. So I think that's the summary, Peter. If you add on a little bit of a quote.
Let's end with a quote. Next slide, please. So Michael Jordan once said that talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships. And we have a lot of talented people, and we're going to continue to get orders and get good achievements out there because of this talent. But that's taking us forward one step at a time. If we want to achieve something really big and win the championship, go from good to great, we're going to have to build that on teamwork. So that's it. Let's take it away and let's collaborate, everybody.
Good. And thank you so much, all. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
So, that was the last focus area.
Let's go.
You're off the hook. I think you guys did a good job.
When a Finn say I think, what does it mean really?
It usually means exactly that. And of course, this is one area that suffered a bit from the situation at hand, since we built it so much on face-to-face training. But it's good to know now that we are going to do this no matter what. Whether it's virtual, whether it's hybrid models, whether it's e-learning, we're just ramping up all the tools we have to make this happen. But I think we're going to do the same thing as previously. I find it clear why and how this focus area will enable future success for KAMOS.
Let's wait a little bit. It looks too good, right?
Yeah, you have 8 yeses, 9 yeses.
I put my code together here now.
I can see that. So
yeah. We need to tell you 13 yeses so far.
And 100 no's, Finnish no's.
Yeah, come on. Put in your thoughts here. So that's helping us.
Yeah, it's growing. It is growing. It is growing. So is it clear to you, Thomas?
You know, you could hear. It was not super clear in the beginning. I was frustrated. You know, it was really like, I felt blocked. Yeah. I would express myself, you know, and I would like to go for it, you know. But yes, and thanks for this model. Yeah. And thanks also for somebody pushing me to actually go into that one. So I feel this is clear. We are struggling a bit, but we are going there, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's good to be struggling a bit in the beginning because that makes you think. And then you know, you can start doing that in some parts. You don't have to go all in and your full calendar is just collaborate to win, right?
I know.
You have time to practice. Okay, good job. You woke up the audience. We now have 70 yeses. I think this could be called a success. There's not a single no yet here, so seems that people really believe in it. I think we're going to move quickly to the next question before there's a no up there, right?
Yeah.
I feel comfortable communicating and explaining this focus area further into my team. Why is collaboration important?
I guess that we get a lot of yeses because if there's a no, we might do this one more time, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I shouldn't have said that.
So while this is coming up, what do you think, Peter? How do you feel about communicating this in Bromma?
I don't see any concerns at all with that. I mean, we've essentially been working along these lines for almost a year now. We're quick on adopting it, I think, and it's worked okay for us. So.
Very good. Thank you. So we have at this stage 43 yeses and 4 no's. So
55.
53 and 5 right now. So it is in a pretty good situation. I think it's good because this is one area that actually applies to everyone, more or less in the same way. You have different interfaces, but the method, the way of working and the thinking can be applied to everyone. So we have been talking a lot, but let's take one question. What has been the feedback of the teams utilizing the Collaborate to Win method? Any volunteers?
Sure.
Please, Peter.
I'd be happy to volunteer. The team I've primarily been working with, or the teams, I should say, I think there's been a concern that this methodology always applies. You have to almost in a militaristic manner do this according to the 8 steps, and you always do it on every agenda topic, and then you vote, and then boom, boom, bam. And it's not like that. We use this as a tool when it makes sense, when we need to do it. We sometimes do. If we end up in a discussion that just gets wider and wider because we add complexities, then someone can just say, oh, let's use the methodology. Let's try to break this down, and we get out of gridlock and become more efficient again. So it's nothing we do 10 times every leadership team meeting. We use it 3-4 times. So we all gotta know when to use it.
Exactly. Brilliant answer. And I think that is really the key, that we need to find ways of doing it that make sense and feels natural in that team. So, but I think with that brilliant answer, I would like to thank Thomas and Peter for a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you for staying awake.
Bye.
Good.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
So, we are nearing the end of the first day. And I would just like to remind you that tomorrow will be happening on Hangout, so there's no need to visit this virtual platform unless the discussion is so good that it keeps on going all night, that you want to continue it. But I would like to start wrapping this day up, and perhaps to do that, I could welcome Stefan up to the stage so we can do it together.
Wow, there's some music here, huh? There is some music. Good.
You still have energy left?
Oh, I got more energy now than when I started.
Good.
Gee, this is good. This is good. It's been exciting to listen in, exciting to participate. And Matthias, you're doing a great job here. You know, the world television have lost a talent, you being in HR instead of on the television scene.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh.
But I must say that I'm very proud of this team. It has been a long day, and everyone was keeping up the energy. Perhaps mostly I'm proud of the participants, because we've been looking at the numbers of participants there, and they've kept steady.
Hang in there. That's wonderful.
So it's really, really nice to see that even though it's a bit different this time, it's virtual, that you have found the energy and the interest to keep on listening there. And I think we could go back into the touchy-feely mode again and do the last Menti for the day, right?
Yes, let's do that.
Let's see what's going on. So again, menti.com. And we are having 2 questions up there. This day has brought clarity for me on what KAMOS way forward is. And this day has reloaded my strategic battery. I really like that question.
Reload. But can you imagine, that in some parts of the world, this is really in the wee hours.
It is.
So reloaded batteries when you're in the wee hours, that's pretty impressive. So let's see. Let's take that into account. So how's it going?
Well, 7 people at least are still awake.
Yeah, that's good. That's good voting. No, we are actually at a little bit more, 8 now. Yeah. There's 1 more. Good.
I guess the problem with reloading the strategic battery is that some people actually have to go to sleep right after this one.
Absolutely. And sometimes when I work on the strategy like this and I go to sleep, I can't really sleep. I get so excited. So I'm like, my brain keeps on working. Does it happen to you too?
Yes, it does. It's most problematic when you're actually having something interesting and you're so passionate about it that it just keeps on going around.
Exactly, keeps on going around. Okay, 51 people in there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So I think we can start making interpretations here.
Yes, good. Let's do that.
So, This day has brought clarity for me on the way forward. 4.2, what do you think?
4.2, I think it's wonderful. I think it's absolutely a step in the right direction. And the 378 days since we did it the last time like this, together.
Yeah.
So 4.2 is a really good step forward.
And you have to remember, this is a virtual event, right?
This is a virtual event.
So this day has reloaded my strategic battery. It's up at 4.1 right now.
It's also good. People are getting energized.
Yeah.
People are getting into the mode of, hey, let's really make this happen now.
I think so. And now it's down to a 4. I think that's quite okay, though. I think we will be able to maybe get it a bit higher when people will contribute to the actual actions tomorrow in the Hangout sessions.
Exactly, and that's going to be super interesting to see the outcome out of that and bring that back in on Thursday into really, hey, this is what we're going to do now going forward.
Exactly, and by the way, we are going to use the Collaborate to Win method in there. Our own people from throughout the organizations are going to be facilitating. So we are going to put that right into practice.
We have to collaborate in order to make sure we get the best out of the team. Yeah. That's what Thomas and Peter were talking about, right?
Exactly. So what do you think, Stefan? Would you like to try to wrap up the day in some energizing way?
Well, let's try to do it together. I mean, if we start in the beginning, we started with the strategy presentation.
Yes.
You guys gave me 45 minutes. I utilized it all. The strategy going forward, I think it's a very appealing one. I mean, when I think about it, when I talk about it, when I look at it, when I listen to it, because I also listen to it, it really gives me that, hey, we need to get that done. Mm-hmm. Because we are changing things. Within our industry, we are going to make life better for people working there. Yeah. Those are the big things, and we go into the small things as well. This is an exciting journey to be a part of. That's what I bring with me, talking about the strategy and seeing now how we are executing on the different focus areas.
Thank you. I think it was quite interesting. Of course, we need to start with Mika's comments, he said, fantastic.
He said fantastic about 3 times.
Exactly. And that doesn't happen that often. So I think, the starting point is good. And then working through our purpose with the safety focus and our focus areas, and then listening to the different customers telling about it, it starts to really come alive. It starts to make sense that it's sort of right in there.
Right in there. And customers talking about things that is really connected to our strategy directly.
Exactly. So I at least feel very, very good about it, and also learning about real progress and upcoming progress in the focus areas. I think we have more meat around the bones already than we did have a year ago.
Absolutely.
So that does feel good.
And remember, I always say 3 years to really, really make things happen. And 5 years, that's when we are winning the Champions League at the latest. Good. So it's a journey. It doesn't happen overnight, but in 1 year, we moved a lot.
Sounds good. Can we sing when we're there?
We're going to sing every time we get together. But it's every time we are singing, except right now, because these airwaves might just block it out.
It's possible.
It's possible.
They have those kind of filters here.
Good.
Good. Anything else you want to talk about?
You know what? It's a little bit of a bittersweet, nostalgic moment as well. Because a wonderful member of the KAMOS team have decided to move ahead and do something a little bit different. What's the plan, Matthias?
Yes, I'm sorry to announce that because, I usually say I bleed Kalmar red. And Maija said I shouldn't show that here, but it feels so good to be part of Kalmar and feels so good to be part of this strategic journey. But I have been asked from Cargotec to come, probably because I have been pointing out things we should be doing. So things have changed over there as well. We need to focus more on how we really leverage leadership, learning, talent, career plans. And maybe after commenting on that too many times, they asked that, well, could you come over and be doing something there?
It's sad to see you leave the KAMOS team. However, where you're going, it's going to be great to have you there as well.
Well, you know, I'm hoping I'll be able to come back. And sometimes you need to eat your own medicine. I always say that you need to keep on developing and trying new things. So maybe this is that time. But I hope I will be able to come back. And in any case, it might be good to have a Kalmar ambassador up there in the Cargotec office.
And collaborate to win for the whole group.
Exactly.
There we go. There we go. Hey, we have a job opportunity then.
We do.
We need to announce it.
Yes. So somebody has to play the guitar in Algeciras and be the moderator for these events, right?
And know stuff about HR maybe.
Yeah, a little bit. Something about collaboration at least.
So is there anyone out there that is interested in the job as HR manager for Kalmar Mobile Solution?
Anyone?
I heard someone. Hey, someone there. Who is there?
I see it.
Come in.
It's Ville.
It's Ville.
But I won't play the guitar.
We'll see about that.
You know, what do you think? He's the first one. We need to interview him.
Yeah. Yes.
Ville.
Interview with the mentee.
So you do not play guitar?
Well, I can play the guitar. I'm not sure whether you want to listen to it.
Okay. Well,
I'd be happy to actually.
Okay, that's okay. What other questions do you have?
Ask an easy one.
An easy one.
Do you like collaboration?
That's a good one.
I'm a big fan of collaboration. You know that.
Yes.
Big fan. Okay. So that's a good one. That's a good one. Do you know anything about HR?
A bit.
Oh, that's not so important. Okay, that's good enough. Ville, it's great to have you in the team.
Well, it's wonderful to join. What do we do now? Do we do like
We're gonna do
sort of
we do a triple one.
Yeah. Really sad to see you go, Matthias.
I know, but I will be very close.
Come in between.
Come here, Ville. Short introduction.
I am short.
Short introduction as well.
Short introduction to Ville. So Ville has been one of the drivers behind many of the good things we see on the HR agenda around leadership. He's a great facilitator. He's been working on a learning agenda and so forth. And when I learned that I will be moving on, of course, I wanted to make sure that KAMOS gets the best possible support they can, and somebody will take great care of the people there. And I think out of the Cargotec group, Ville is the man to do that.
So we check whether I bleed Kalmar Red as well?
Yes.
We'll do that later on.
Okay, not now.
No, don't worry about it right now. Good. Some words from you, Ville. What are you planning to do with us?
What I'm planning to do?
Yes.
Well, this is the best period of taking a new job. I don't need to do anything. So I just get to ask stupid questions for 3 months and nobody expects a thing.
It's called the honeymoon.
Yes, it's wonderful. I'm going to explore that to the fullest.
Sure. Welcome to explore it.
Thank you.
Very good. Good to have you with us, Ville.
Thank you. And hi, all the friends out there around the world. It's good to feel you all through the waves. Yeah. You feel them?
I've been feeling it all. I mean,
I know. It's really strange.
It's strange. It's like they
Should we ask them a question?
And no, I don't think we need to ask any questions because we are running out of time.
Pace setting right away.
What we are going to do...
We shouldn't let him go to the corporate.
No, we shouldn't.
What we are going to do is to put Ville right on the bench to learn everything he needs to know. So you're going to be in one of the workshops tomorrow learning about...
Collaborate to win.
Collaborate to win, exactly. And after that, he will be driving it.
Awesome. I really look forward to.
On my own behalf, welcome to the team, Ville.
Thank you.
And to everyone else, thanks for having me the last few years. I hope to be back.
Remember, on Thursday, you're still around here.
I will be around.
Perfect. Very good. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the trust.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.